Steel curtains descend across Europe, nuclear missiles stand ready in hidden silos, and two superpowers lock the world into a silent standoff that could ignite into fire at any moment. This is the story of the Cold War, a conflict fought not on traditional battlefields, but through spies, ideology, propaganda, and the constant threat of annihilation. Tonight, wherever you are tuning in from, whether it's late at night in New York, early morning in London, or a quiet evening in Sydney, you are about to begin a journey through history's longest shadow war. In this immersive documentary, we will explore the entire history of the Cold War, from the aftermath of World War II and the rise of the Iron Curtain to the Cuban Missile Crisis, Vietnam, Afghanistan, espionage wars, and finally the collapse of the Soviet Union. Every event is told with deep detail and clarity, designed to help you drift into sleep while absorbing one of history's most defining struggles. As you settle in, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from tonight, and what time is it for you right now? Drop it in the comments, because our community is listening together from all over the world. If you find value in these extended stories, remember to subscribe and join our growing community, as each night we bring you a new chapter of history to help you relax, reflect, and rest. Now let's begin the story of the Cold War. The year was 1945, and Europe was still in flames. Cities were in ruins, their streets choked with debris and ash. The scent of smoke was a pervasive presence, infiltrating everything: the uniforms of soldiers, the clothing of refugees, the hollow shells of buildings that were once homes. Germany, the core of the Nazi Empire, was in its final collapse. The world had never witnessed destruction on such a massive scale, and yet even as the artillery fell silent, the foundations of a new and even more perilous conflict were already being laid. A war not of bombs and trenches, but of whispers, suspicion, and the chilling threat of annihilation. This was the dawn of the Cold War. Picture the scene: Yalta, February 1945. In a grand Crimean palace, still bearing the scars of war, three men convened around a long table. Franklin Roosevelt, frail and weary, his health declining, but his intellect still keen. Winston Churchill, bulldog-like, wary and calculating, drawing on his cigar as the smoke drifted into the chandelier-lit air. And Joseph Stalin, impassive and cold-eyed, his thick mustache concealing whatever plans were forming in his mind. To the public, they were allies, the victors who had defeated Hitler and his Reich. But within that room, every spoken word held a double meaning. Every promise was shadowed by doubt. The discussions centered on the future: the partitioning of Germany, the destiny of Eastern Europe, and the creation of a new global order. On paper, it appeared straightforward: divide territories, set up zones of control, and rebuild the world. But beneath the surface, suspicion flowed like a hidden current. Roosevelt spoke of freedom and democracy, arguing that liberated nations should have the right to choose their own governments. Stalin nodded in agreement, but his Red Army already controlled most of Eastern Europe, and wherever Soviet soldiers stood, communism inevitably followed. Churchill pushed for assurances, insisting that Stalin permit free elections. Stalin merely smiled, aware that his tanks were more persuasive than any diplomat's words. For the soldiers still engaged in the ruins of Berlin, none of this was apparent. This was the final stage, the fierce battle to raise a flag atop the Reichstag, and finally silence the Nazi war machine. They were too preoccupied with fighting street by street, through rubble and machine gun nests, to be concerned with politics. But for those observing closely, diplomats, spies, and generals, the future was already changing. The fragile alliance was a facade, and it was beginning to fracture. By July 1945, the war in Europe had concluded. Hitler was dead, Germany was in ruins, and the Allies redirected their attention to the Pacific, where the conflict against Japan continued. It was here, at the Potsdam Conference, that the fractures widened into chasms. This time, Roosevelt was gone, succeeded by Harry Truman, a man who had never anticipated leading a superpower at war. He was inexperienced, but he brought with him knowledge that would alter the world forever: the atomic bomb. The atmosphere in Potsdam was tense from the start. Truman was direct where Roosevelt had been diplomatic, much less inclined to tolerate Stalin's subtle manipulations. Churchill, though soon replaced mid-conference by Clement Attlee after a surprising election loss back home, remained deeply suspicious of the Soviets. Stalin, as ever, played his role with calculated composure. But the power dynamic had changed. The United States now had a weapon so powerful it could turn cities to ash in seconds. Truman alluded to this in conversation, carefully mentioning a new weapon of unusual destructive force. Stalin, outwardly composed, nodded as if he already knew, but behind his calm exterior he was enraged. He already had spies deep within the Manhattan Project. He knew the Americans had created something that would redefine warfare, and he was determined that the Soviets would not be left behind. Meanwhile, the issue of Germany dominated every discussion. How would this defeated nation be governed? The Allies agreed to divide it into 4 zones: American, British, Soviet, and eventually French. Berlin, despite being deep within Soviet-controlled territory, would also be partitioned. On paper, it was a compromise. In reality, it was a ticking time bomb. The city would become the ultimate symbol of the Cold War, divided, starved, blockaded, and nearly destroyed once more, not by bombs but by politics. The soldiers stationed there felt the tension immediately. American GIs and Soviet troops eyed each other across checkpoints. They might share a cigarette one day and argue the next. Rumors spread rapidly that the Soviets were stripping factories and sending equipment east, that the Americans were smuggling Nazi scientists west to work on new weapons programs. Ordinary Germans, meanwhile, navigated the ruins, desperate for food, shelter, and a future. For them, the war hadn't ended, it had just taken a different form. In Eastern Europe, Stalin's control tightened. Countries promised freedom. Poland, Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria found themselves under Soviet domination. Puppet governments loyal to Moscow were installed. Elections were manipulated. Opposition leaders were silenced. One by one, the Iron Curtain began to fall. The phrase was introduced to the world by Churchill in a 1946 speech in Fulton, Missouri. He declared that an Iron Curtain has descended across the continent. The words resonated like an alarm bell. To the West, it was evidence of Stalin's intent to spread communism by force. To the Soviets, it was proof that the West was already preparing for a showdown. Truman responded decisively. The policy of containment was born, the idea that communism must be prevented from spreading beyond its existing borders. To many Americans, weary of war but wary of Soviet ambitions, it seemed like the only viable option. But containment was not just a concept, it meant money, weapons, and soldiers deployed worldwide. It meant a constant state of readiness for conflict. As these policies solidified, the mood across Europe shifted. In cafes from Paris to Warsaw, whispers grew louder. Who would shape the future? Would America's promise of prosperity and democracy prevail? Or would the Soviet vision of a workers' state triumph? Families who had survived one war now lived in the shadow of another, a silent war fought in boardrooms, embassies, and the minds of ordinary people. The world's senses were inundated with contradictions. You could walk down a street in West Berlin and smell fresh bread from a bakery rebuilt with Marshall Plan aid, then just a few blocks away see Soviet guards watching grimly over barbed wire, their boots striking the pavement like the drumbeats of control. In Prague, students discussed politics in hushed tones, afraid of eavesdroppers. In Washington, the press published stories about communist infiltration, fueling a growing paranoia. Everywhere, trust was eroding, replaced by suspicion. And beneath it all, the shadow of the atomic bomb loomed. When the US dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the world was transformed overnight. Entire cities had been wiped out in seconds, their inhabitants vaporized, their shadows seared into stone. For Truman, it was a display of American power. For Stalin, it was a challenge and an insult. The Soviet Union would spare no expense to build its own bomb. Thus began the arms race, a competition that promised not victory, but mutual annihilation. The uneasy alliance that had won the war against Hitler was gone, replaced by something far darker. Each side saw itself as righteous, each convinced the other sought global supremacy. Roosevelt had once dreamed of cooperation, of a world overseen by great powers working together. But Roosevelt was gone, and his vision with him. In its place stood two superpowers, facing each other across a fractured continent. This was no longer about rebuilding, it was about survival. As the 1940s came to a close, the lines became even more defined. NATO in the west, the Warsaw Pact soon to follow in the east. The world was dividing, the stakes increasing with each passing month. The friendship of necessity had become a rivalry of destiny. And yet, as the soldiers departed, as diplomats signed documents, as Stalin drew lines on maps, and Truman drafted new policies, one thing remained uncertain: how far would each side go to assert its power? The answer would come soon enough, and it would arrive not in Europe, but on a distant peninsula in Asia, a place called Korea, where the Cold War would first ignite. It is March 1946, and a small town in Missouri is about to hear words that will reverberate across the globe. The crowd inside Westminster College is expectant, the air thick with anticipation. Outside, the world is still recovering from the Second World War. Cities are in ruins, families are displaced, and nations are uncertain about their futures. Yet here in this quiet part of America, Winston Churchill stands to speak. He surveys the audience, his cigar laid aside, his voice firm and measured. Then he utters the words, "From Stettin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic, an iron curtain has descended across the continent." In that single sentence he portrays the world not as a victorious family of allies, but as a divided house already fracturing down the middle. The words land with the force of a thunderclap. The applause is sparse, hesitant. Some nod in somber agreement. Others are taken aback. An iron curtain. Wasn't Stalin a partner, a hero who had helped defeat Hitler? But Churchill is not offering reassurance. He is issuing a warning. Behind that curtain, he explains, lie capitals and peoples now drawn into the orbit of Moscow, Warsaw, Budapest, Sofia, Bucharest, all now under regimes that answer to the Kremlin. What was once liberation has turned into domination, and Churchill is direct: the world must confront this reality before it's too late. In the East, Stalin hears the words and reacts with anger. He condemns Churchill's speech as warmongering, a deliberate effort to incite hostility against the Soviet Union. To Stalin, the Red Army had sacrificed over 20 million lives to defeat Hitler. The territories it now controlled were not conquests, but a security buffer to protect the Soviet Union from another invasion from the West. But for those living in Eastern Europe, it felt very different. Soviet soldiers patrolled the streets with rifles, their boots echoing in cobblestone alleys. Factory machinery was dismantled and shipped east. Censorship became stricter. Secret police watched with cold, calculating eyes. For ordinary citizens, the liberation they had celebrated just months earlier now carried the scent of fear and the taste of betrayal. Consider Poland, for instance, which was promised free elections at Yalta. The Polish people instead found themselves under Soviet sway. The London-based government in exile, which had fought valiantly with the Allies, was pushed aside. In its place came the Lublin Committee, a group of communists hand-picked by Moscow. When elections were finally held in 1947, the result was a foregone conclusion. Ballots were tampered with, opposition was silenced, and intimidation was widespread. The Soviet message was clear. Poland would not be free, it would be Soviet. Hungary experienced a similar fate. The Red Army remained in Budapest, and though small democratic parties briefly formed, they were systematically dismantled using a tactic Stalin called salami slicing. Like slicing a sausage, opposition parties were eliminated piece by piece until only the communists were left. One leader would vanish, another would be accused of treason. One by one, the slices were removed until nothing remained but Soviet control. To the outside world, it was politics. To Hungarians, it was neighbors disappearing in the night, whispers of torture, and the chilling realization that survival depended on silence. In Romania and Bulgaria, the story was the same. Soviet troops stayed, ensuring that loyal communist governments quickly came to power. Newspapers that once hosted lively debates now echoed Moscow's official line. Farmers were told their land was no longer theirs, as it was seized for collective farming. Church bells rang less frequently, as religion was pushed out of public life. The air was filled not with hope, but with the smell of coal smoke and the fear that emanated from factories now producing for the Soviet machine rather than for local needs. Meanwhile, the Western Allies observed with increasing concern. Reports from diplomats, missionaries, and journalists described the tightening grip of Soviet authority. Truman, still new to the presidency, began to view the world not as Roosevelt had, a place for cooperation, but as a chessboard where Stalin's every move was a calculated play for power. Churchill's Iron Curtain speech, initially controversial, started to sound less like an exaggeration and more like a prophecy. The division of Europe was solidifying into a hard fact. On the ground in Germany, the division was most stark. Berlin itself became a microcosm of the larger conflict. In the Soviet sector, citizens stood in line for bread, their breath visible in the cold air, ration cards held tightly. In the Western sectors, aid began to arrive, canned food, clothing, medicine. American soldiers gave chocolate to children, their uniforms crisp and clean, in contrast to the ragged civilians around them. Hope began to flicker in the West, while resentment grew in the East. And on every street corner, the tension was palpable, as if the city itself was holding its breath. The cultural divide was just as pronounced. In Prague, students once inspired by democratic principles now found their professors silenced, their textbooks rewritten. In Budapest, families whispered over dinner, afraid that children might repeat dangerous words at school. In Sofia, portraits of Stalin hung in shop windows next to loaves of bread and bolts of cloth. It was a world where loyalty was a matter of survival, not choice. To resist meant to disappear, to conform meant to endure. Churchill's metaphor of a curtain was deliberate. Curtains obstruct the view, hiding what lies behind. And in this case, the curtain was more than just steel and barbed wire. It was secrecy, silence, and fear. Information barely trickled out. Western newspapers made educated guesses, but the reality inside Soviet-controlled Eastern Europe was worse than most could imagine. Entire political parties were wiped out overnight. Journalists were arrested, and priests were sent to labor camps. The very atmosphere of freedom seemed to have vanished. At the same time, propaganda machines went into overdrive. In Moscow, Pravda declared that America was plotting global domination, using the atomic bomb as proof of Washington's intentions. In Washington, newspapers warned of a creeping communism threatening to engulf Europe. Posters, films, and speeches on both sides depicted the other as the ultimate evil. It was no longer just about borders. It was about ideas about who would shape the future of the world. For soldiers who had once fought together against Hitler, the change was disorienting. American GIs who had shared vodka with Red Army soldiers in 1945 now found themselves glaring at the same men across barbed wire. Soviet tank crews who had cheered alongside their British allies in Berlin now conducted drills in Eastern Europe with orders to prepare for Western betrayal. Trust disappeared, and suspicion filled the void. And yet, for the ordinary people caught in the middle, ideology was less important than survival. A mother in Warsaw cared less about communism or capitalism than about finding enough bread for her children. A farmer in Bulgaria wondered why his fields were no longer his, why men with red armbands now dictated when he could plant and harvest. A student in Prague debated whether to join the communist youth organizations, not out of belief, but because refusal could ruin his future. These human struggles were the true pulse of the Iron Curtain, unseen by leaders, but felt by millions. By the late 1940s, the division was clear. Western Europe, supported by the Marshall Plan, began to rebuild with American money and resources. Roads were repaired, factories reopened, and cities were slowly restored. The smell of fresh paint replaced the stench of rubble in many Western towns. In the East, reconstruction was slower, focused more on Soviet priorities than on local prosperity. Entire railway lines were dismantled and shipped east. Machinery vanished overnight. The people were told they were rebuilding for socialism, but it often felt like they were rebuilding only for Moscow. This was not just a matter of geography. It was a matter of psychology. A new map of Europe was being drawn, one line at a time. On one side, free elections, open markets, individual choice. On the other, single-party rule, state-controlled economies, and the suppression of dissent. Two worlds, divided not by oceans, but by ideology. The curtain had fallen, and once it was down, raising it seemed impossible. But the story was far from finished, because if Stalin believed his Iron Curtain would safeguard his empire, he was about to learn that the West had no intention of remaining passive. And soon, a bold new strategy, one that would shape the next decades of the Cold War, was about to be conceived. It is the spring of 1947, and the United States Congress chamber is filled with tension. The galleries are packed, the air is thick with the smell of cigars and polished wood, and the murmurs of anxious lawmakers fill the space. President Harry Truman approaches the podium, his voice calm but with a note of urgency. He warns that Greece and Turkey, small nations on the edge of Europe, are on the verge of falling to communism. And then he delivers the words that will define an entire era. I believe that it must be the policy of the United States to support free peoples who are resisting attempted subjugation by armed minorities or by outside pressures. In that moment, the Truman Doctrine is born. To many in the chamber, it sounds like a lifeline extended across the ocean. To others, it sounds like the beginning of an endless commitment, a promise that America will take on burdens far beyond its own borders. But to Truman, it is a stark necessity. Greece is devastated by a civil war, caught between royalist forces and communist insurgents. Turkey is under immense pressure from the Soviet Union, which is demanding control over the Dardanelles, the strategic waterway connecting the Black Sea to the Mediterranean. If these nations fall, Truman fears a domino effect. One by one, countries across Europe and beyond could be drawn into Moscow's sphere of influence. Containment becomes the new guiding principle. Unlike traditional warfare, containment isn't about invading territory or capturing capitals. It's about holding the line, preventing the spread of communism, step by step, crisis by crisis. Imagine it as building a dam against a rising tide. The water keeps pushing, always threatening to overflow, but if the dam holds, the flood can be contained. For Truman, the stakes are not just European, but global. America must act not with hesitation, but with resolve. At the same time, Europe is facing devastation on an unprecedented scale. Walk through the streets of Warsaw, and you see ruins stretching for miles, the smell of charred brick and damp ash lingering even 2 years after the war. In Berlin, children scavenge for coal from abandoned rail yards, their fingers blackened, their stomachs empty. In Paris, bread is rationed, and long lines snake outside bakeries where the air is thick with hunger. Economies are shattered, currencies are worthless, and governments are fragile. To the people living through it, survival feels like a daily struggle. To Washington, it looks like an open invitation for communism to spread, because desperation is the most fertile ground for revolution. Out of this realization comes another bold idea. Secretary of State George Marshall, a man of quiet authority who had orchestrated much of America's war effort, takes the stage at Harvard University in June 1947. He presents a vision not of military force, but of reconstruction. The United States, he announces, will provide aid to help Europe recover: food, fuel, machinery, loans. But it is not charity, it is strategy. The Marshall Plan, as it becomes known, is designed to rebuild Europe before communism can take root in the ruins. Billions of dollars begin to cross the Atlantic. Ships arrive in European ports, their cargo holds filled with wheat, canned goods, tractors, and industrial equipment. In Italy, families taste American flour baked into bread and feel hope rising along with it. In France, factories roar back to life with new machinery, sparks flying, the smell of hot steel replacing the silence of ruin. In West Germany, young men in work coats rebuild railways with American-supplied tools, their sweat mingling with fresh mortar as trains begin to run again. Slowly, Europe's pulse returns. But not all of Europe benefits from this recovery. Stalin views the Marshall Plan as nothing less than a declaration of economic warfare. To him, it is an attempt to lure Eastern Europe away from Soviet influence to buy loyalty with American dollars. Furious, he forbids any nation under his control from accepting the aid. Czechoslovakia, initially eager to participate, is forced to withdraw under pressure from Moscow. Eastern Europeans look to the West and see prosperity blooming. While they remain trapped in shortages, their economies reoriented to serve Soviet needs. The division of Europe becomes not just political, but economic, a contrast as stark as light and shadow. This competition of systems is more than just an abstract concept. It is felt in the stomach, in the wallet, in the daily routines of life. In the West, supermarkets begin to fill again, the smell of fresh oranges and coffee beans returning to the shelves. In the East, lines stretch outside shops for bread and potatoes, ration books being the only guarantee of a meager meal. The Marshall Plan isn't just rebuilding economies, it is demonstrating in the most tangible way that democracy and capitalism can deliver where communism cannot. Meanwhile, containment extends far beyond Europe. In the Middle East, American aid flows to Turkey, bolstering its defenses against Soviet pressure. In Asia, Truman authorizes support for forces resisting communist expansion in places like China. Though the effort is more complex than in Europe, the commitment is not just to allies, but to an idea that America will stand against communism wherever it threatens to advance. Inside the United States, these decisions reshape daily life. Taxes are raised to fund foreign aid. The press endlessly debates whether America is rescuing the world or getting bogged down in an endless quagmire. Yet, public opinion leans towards support, fueled by vivid reports of starving children in Europe and by fear of Soviet aggression. Newspapers print photographs of gaunt faces and ruined cities. Radio broadcasts crackle with stories of hope restored by American shipments. The Marshall Plan becomes a symbol of moral duty combined with strategic necessity. For the Soviet Union, this is a turning point. Stalin tightens his control over Eastern Europe. Collective farms are expanded. Secret police patrol more aggressively. Propaganda floods the airwaves. The Kremlin portrays the Marshall Plan as imperialism disguised as generosity, warning citizens that American aid is a Trojan horse. But behind closed doors, Soviet leaders know the truth. The West is pulling ahead. Prosperity is returning to Western Europe, and with it, loyalty to Washington rather than Moscow. For the families living behind the Iron Curtain, the difference is bitter. A Hungarian factory worker feels the ache in his hands as he toils on machines destined not for his own community, but for shipment to the Soviet Union. A Polish mother stands in line for hours, her child crying with hunger, only to receive a loaf of bread so stale it cracks when she touches it. These were not abstract ideological debates. They were lived realities etched into the skin and stomachs of millions. Containment is proving to be more than just a policy. It is a promise. Truman himself calls it a global struggle between freedom and tyranny. In his words, the world must choose between two ways of life, one based on free will, the other on oppression. The language is stark, almost biblical. And in framing the Cold War this way, Truman transforms it from a series of regional crises into an existential battle for the soul of humanity. By 1949, the impact of these strategies is undeniable. Western Europe is on the path to recovery, supported by American aid and protected by the emerging framework of alliances. Eastern Europe is locked tightly within the Soviet sphere, with resentment simmering beneath the surface. The Truman Doctrine and the Marshall Plan have redrawn the world map, not with new borders but with invisible lines of allegiance. But with every step forward, the risks increase. Because if the United States is truly committed to stopping communism everywhere, then every revolution, every civil war, every insurgency from Asia to Latin America becomes a potential battlefield. Truman has set the stage. The policy of containment will not end with him. It will shape decades of conflict, forcing America into corners of the world most citizens had never even heard of. And as the 1940s give way to the 50s, one question looms larger than all the rest. What happens when the Soviets retaliate? The answer will come swiftly, and it will arrive with a shock that no one in Washington is prepared for. It is the summer of 1948, and Berlin is on the verge of starvation. The streets are filled with gaunt faces, children with hollow eyes gazing at empty shop windows, and mothers clutching ration cards that offer nothing but despair. The smell of coal smoke has disappeared because there is no coal left to burn. In kitchens, silence reigns where pots should have been clattering. At night, the city is plunged into darkness, the hum of electricity gone, and every road and railway line leading into the western sectors of Berlin is blocked by Soviet troops. It is a siege conducted without bombs or shells, but it is just as deadly. The crisis had been escalating for months. The Allies had agreed to partition Germany into 4 zones, and Berlin itself into 4 sectors, despite the city being located deep within Soviet-controlled territory. For Stalin, this arrangement had always been a temporary measure. He believed that controlling Berlin was the key to controlling Germany, and controlling Germany was the key to controlling Europe. But when the United States, Britain, and France introduced a new currency in their zones, the Deutsche Mark, Stalin saw it as a threat. A strong German economy meant a strong Western Europe aligned against him. So he made his move. On June 24th, Soviet forces sealed off the roads and railways into West Berlin. Overnight, 2 million people were cut off. The Western Allies faced a terrible choice. To force convoys through would risk a direct war with the Soviet Union. To withdraw would mean surrendering Berlin, abandoning its citizens, and showing weakness to the entire world. It was Harry Truman who made the decision. Retreat was not an option, and confrontation was too risky. Instead, he approved a bold and audacious plan to supply an entire city by air, an airlift. At first it seemed impossible, but impossible was better than surrender. The first planes took to the skies within days. American C-47 cargo planes, known as Goonie Birds, flew into Berlin's Tempelhof airport with loads of flour, milk, and medicine. British Dakotas joined them, carrying coal and potatoes. Each landing was a high-stakes gamble. The runways were congested, the schedules were frantic, and Soviet fighters lurked in the skies, shadowing the flights, but not opening fire. The roar of engines replaced the silence of hunger. The sky above Berlin became a lifeline. To the citizens of West Berlin, the sound of those planes was the sound of salvation. Children ran to the fences of Tempelhof, waving at the pilots. One American pilot, Gail Halvorson, began dropping tiny parachutes with chocolate bars attached, which floated down to the waiting hands below. They called him Uncle Wiggly Wings, because he would waggle his plane's wings as a signal before releasing his candy drops. For children who had known only hunger and fear, those sweet treats were unforgettable. The smell of chocolate, the crinkle of the wrappers, the taste melting on their tongues, it was more than just candy, it was hope. But the operation was perilous. Flying a cargo plane into Berlin was like threading a needle in a storm. Pilots flew through fog, snow, and darkness, landing every 3 minutes at Tempelhof or Gatow. Their tires screeched against short, crowded runways. On the ground, soldiers and civilians unloaded sacks of flour, crates of meat, and drums of fuel in a race to clear the strip for the next plane. In one landing that went wrong, a plane skidded, its engines screaming, and burst into flames. Crews pulled bodies from the wreckage as the next plane came in behind them, forced to land despite the chaos. The airlift was not safe. It was relentless. As weeks turned into months, the scale of the operation became staggering. American C-54 Skymasters joined the fleet, each carrying 10 tons of cargo. At the peak of the airlift, more than 1,000 flights a day thundered into Berlin. The sound was constant, the drone of engines overhead day and night, rattling windows and shaking dishes in cupboards. Berliners learned to sleep through it, comforted by the noise. Each roar meant another delivery, another day of survival. For the Soviet troops manning the checkpoints around the city, the spectacle was infuriating. They watched the train tracks remain empty while the skies were alive with Western aircraft. Stalin had hoped to squeeze Berlin into submission, to force the West out without firing a shot. Instead, the city refused to yield, and the Allies refused to abandon it. Propaganda blared from Soviet radio stations, warning Berliners that the airlift would fail. But every sack of flour, Every barrel of fuel unloaded on the tarmac told a different story. Inside the homes of Berlin, the struggle was still harsh. Families huddled in cold apartments, wearing coats indoors. Coal was rationed to a few lumps a day. Mothers boiled watery soup, their breath visible in the freezing air. But they persevered. They listened for the engines overhead, knowing each one meant the city had not been forgotten. For many Berliners, the airlift was not just about survival. It was a statement. The West was willing to risk everything to protect them. By the spring of 1949, the results were undeniable. The airlift was delivering more supplies by air than had ever been delivered by rail. Efficiency soared. At one point, a plane was landing every 60 seconds. American, British, Canadian, Australian, New Zealand, and South African crews all participated in the effort. It was not only a military achievement, but also a symbol of unity, a demonstration that when faced with Soviet pressure, the West would stand firm. Stalin faced a dilemma. To shoot down the planes meant war, a gamble he was not prepared to take. To continue the blockade meant humiliation, as Berlin survived despite his chokehold. On May 12, 1949, he relented. The blockade was lifted, roads and railways reopened. Berliners celebrated in the streets, waving flags and cheering the planes that had kept them alive. The siege had failed. Yet the significance of the crisis extended far beyond Berlin. The airlift became the first true confrontation of the Cold War and the first clear Western victory. Berlin was no longer just a city. It was a front line, the place where East and West collided, where survival and symbolism merged. For Truman, it was proof that containment could work. For Stalin, it was a bitter lesson in Western resolve. For the world, it was a glimpse of the dangerous standoffs that were yet to come. And in Berlin itself, the scars remained. Families who had lived through the blockade carried the memory of hunger and fear for decades. Children who had caught chocolate from the sky grew up knowing what it meant to depend on allies from far away. The city would remain divided, a microcosm of the Cold War, with its walls both literal and invisible. But even as Berlin breathed a sigh of relief, the rivalry deepened. The Soviets had lost this battle, but they were not defeated, and in just a few short months, an event would shake the West to its core, an explosion in the remote deserts of Central Asia, proving that America no longer held the nuclear monopoly. The Cold War was about to enter an even more perilous phase. The dawn of June 25, 1950, broke over the Korean peninsula with the roar of artillery. Villagers in the hills near the 38th parallel awoke not to the sound of birds, but to the thunder of shells. North Korean forces, clad in Soviet-supplied uniforms and armed with T-34 tanks, surged across the border in a wave of fire and steel. The silence of a divided land was shattered in an instant. Within hours, the fragile peace that had lingered since the end of the Second World War was gone, replaced by chaos, fear, and the beginning of a new war, one that would drag the Cold War into open conflict. The division of Korea was meant to be temporary. At the end of the war in 1945, the peninsula was split along the 38th parallel, with Soviet forces occupying the north and American forces in the south. Both sides claimed their government was the true Korea. In the north, Kim Il-sung, a young and fiery communist leader backed by Moscow, dreamed of reunifying the country under his rule. In the south, Syngman Rhee, a staunchly anti-communist nationalist, held on to a fragile authority, his government plagued by corruption and instability. For years, the line that divided the nation was marked by skirmishes, ambushes, and assassinations. But on that June morning, the simmering conflict boiled over into a full-scale invasion. The initial assault was overwhelming. North Korean columns pushed south with terrifying speed, their T-34 tanks rumbling across bridges, their infantry storming towns with Soviet-supplied rifles. The South Korean forces, poorly trained and ill-equipped, crumbled before the onslaught. Panic spread through villages as civilians packed what they could carry, children clinging to their mothers, old men dragging carts, fleeing southward as gunfire crackled in the distance. Within 3 days, the North Korean People's Army had captured Seoul. The city fell in flames, its streets filled with smoke, its bridges blown apart in desperate attempts to slow the invaders. News of the attack reached Washington like a lightning bolt. For President Harry Truman, the stakes were clear. If the United States allowed South Korea to fall, it would signal to the world that America lacked the will to defend against communism. Containment itself, the very doctrine that defined U.S. strategy, would be in jeopardy. Truman convened his advisors and made his decision. America would fight, but not alone. He turned to the newly formed United Nations, pushing for a joint response. In a rare moment of Cold War irony, the Soviet Union, which was boycotting the Security Council in protest of China's exclusion, was absent. The vote passed under the banner of the UN. A multinational force would defend South Korea. The first American troops arrived quickly. Elements of the 24th Infantry Division. They were rushed into battle with little preparation, many still exhausted from their occupation duties in Japan. What they encountered was a nightmare. At Osao, a small unit of US soldiers armed with outdated bazookas tried to stop a column of advancing North Korean tanks. The weapons barely dented the steel hides of the T-34 SARS. Soldiers described the sound of shells bouncing harmlessly off the armor, the tanks rumbling forward like monsters immune to their attacks. The Americans were overrun, their lines shattered, their men retreating in chaos. The reality was stark. This would not be an easy war. By August, US and South Korean forces had been pushed back to the southern tip of the peninsula, clinging desperately to a defensive perimeter around the port city of Pusan. The heat was suffocating, and the stench of unburied bodies hung in the humid air. Soldiers dug foxholes into the rocky soil. Their hands blistered, their nerves frayed as waves of North Korean attacks crashed against their lines. Supplies ran low, and food was rationed. Yet here at the so-called Pusan perimeter, the tide began to turn. UN forces held their ground, supported by naval gunfire from the sea and round-the-clock air strikes. Reinforcements and supplies poured into the port, creating a springboard for a counterattack. Then came one of the boldest gambles of the war. General Douglas MacArthur, the supreme commander, devised a plan that many considered madness. He proposed an amphibious landing far behind enemy lines at a place called Incheon, a port city near Seoul. The tides there were treacherous, the beaches were narrow, and the defenses were uncertain. But if it succeeded, the move could cut off North Korean supply lines and trap their army in the south. Truman hesitated, but ultimately gave the green light. On September 15, 1950, the plan was executed. Marines stormed ashore at Incheon under the cover of a naval bombardment, the smell of salt and smoke filling the air. Waves crashed against landing craft as soldiers leaped into the surf, their weapons held high. Within days the gamble paid off. Seoul was recaptured. The North Korean lines collapsed. Thousands of enemy troops fled north in disarray, their supply chains severed. The hunters had become the hunted. But victory brought temptation. With North Korean forces in retreat, Washington faced a choice: stop at the 38th parallel and restore the pre-war boundary, or push further north and aim to reunify Korea under Southern control. MacArthur argued passionately for the latter, believing the communists could be completely crushed. Truman and his advisors agreed, convinced that the Soviets would not intervene directly. The advance began. By October, UN forces had crossed into North Korea. The air grew colder, the mountains more rugged. Soldiers marched through villages where civilians greeted them with cheers, hoping the war was nearing its end. American bombers struck deep into the north, their engines droning as flames consumed railways and factories. By November, UN troops were near the Yalu River, the border with China. Victory seemed within reach. MacArthur boasted that the boys might be home by Christmas. Then, the ground shifted beneath their feet. In the frozen hills of North Korea, strange rumors spread among the troops, enemy soldiers moving in the night, bugles echoing across the valleys. Suddenly, on November 25th, the rumors became reality. Hundreds of thousands of Chinese troops poured across the Yalu, launching a massive counteroffensive. They attacked with ferocity, their bugles and drums shattering the cold night air. Soldiers described waves of attackers surging through the snow, screaming war cries, their padded uniforms blending into the white landscape. The UN forces, stretched thin and unprepared for such numbers, were thrown into chaos. The retreat was brutal. Soldiers stumbled through frozen terrain, their breath crystallizing, their boots caked with ice. Vehicles clogged the narrow mountain roads, their engines sputtering in the cold. The Battle of the Chosin Reservoir became a symbol of endurance. Surrounded by Chinese forces, US Marines fought their way out, dragging their wounded, refusing to abandon their dead. They called it not a retreat, but an advance in a different direction. But the cost was staggering. Thousands were killed, frozen, or captured. The dream of reunifying Korea was over. By early 1951, the war had settled into a stalemate. The front lines stabilized near the 38th parallel, almost exactly where they had started. For the next 2 years, battles raged over ridges and hills, with names like Pork Chop Hill and Heartbreak Ridge. Soldiers lived in mud-filled trenches, the stench of unwashed bodies and gunpowder clinging to their uniforms. Civilians endured shelling, starvation, and displacement. Each side launched offensives that gained little ground but cost thousands of lives. The war became one of attrition, grinding, merciless, and seemingly endless. In Washington, frustration grew. Truman and MacArthur clashed bitterly. MacArthur demanded escalation, even suggesting the use of nuclear weapons against China. Truman refused, unwilling to risk a Third World War. The conflict came to a head, and in April 1951, Truman made a shocking decision. He relieved MacArthur of his command. The general returned to the United States to a hero's welcome, but the message was clear: no single man would dictate America's strategy. Negotiations dragged on at Panmunjom, a small village near the front lines. For 2 long years, diplomats haggled over prisoners, borders, and terms, while soldiers continued to bleed and die. At last, on July 27, 1953, an armistice was signed. The guns fell silent. The border was set almost exactly where it had been before the war. Korea remained divided. Millions were dead, wounded, or missing. Cities lay in ruins. And the war that had begun with such fury ended not with a victory, but with a fragile ceasefire. Yet, the Korean War changed everything. It was the first hot war of the Cold War, the first time US troops fought directly against communist armies. It set a precedent for the proxy wars that would follow, from Vietnam to Afghanistan. It hardened the lines of the Cold War, convincing both Washington and Moscow that this struggle was no longer about words but about blood. And though the guns quieted on the Korean peninsula, the echoes carried far beyond its mountains. For, in the same year the Armistice was signed, the Soviet Union tested a new weapon, one far more powerful than anything used before, the hydrogen bomb. The Cold War had entered a deadlier age, and the balance of terror was about to redefine the world. August 29th, 1949. A Soviet scientist stands in the scorching heat of the Kazakh steppe, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The air is still, dry, and silent. Then, a light, a blinding white flash, tears the sky apart, followed by a thunderous roar that rattles bones and shakes the earth. The first Soviet atomic bomb has detonated. Less than 4 years after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, America's monopoly on nuclear weapons is gone, and with that single explosion, the Cold War enters a new and terrifying era, an age where humanity now holds the power to destroy itself. In Washington, the news lands like a bombshell of its own. President Truman announces to the world that the Soviets have tested an atomic weapon. For Americans, the illusion of safety is shattered. The United States is no longer untouchable. Across the country, families huddle around radios, their voices hushed, their imaginations filled with visions of mushroom clouds rising over American cities. Newspapers splash bold headlines warning of a new arms race. The atomic shadow that had hung over Japan now stretches across the globe. The Soviet success is not accidental. For years, Stalin had poured resources into a secret program driven by paranoia and espionage. Soviet agents had infiltrated the Manhattan Project during the war, smuggling blueprints and data across oceans. Men like Klaus Fuchs, a German-born physicist working at Los Alamos, fed Moscow secrets so detailed that they shaved years off Soviet research. Stalin had pushed his scientists relentlessly, and now, with one successful blast, he had shocked the world. The United States responds in kind, escalating the race. In 1950, Truman makes a chilling decision. He orders the development of a weapon far more powerful than the bombs dropped on Japan. The hydrogen bomb, a device not of fission but of fusion, using the same reaction that powers the sun. While the Hiroshima bomb released energy equal to 15,000 tons of TNT, the hydrogen bomb promised yields measured not in thousands, but in millions. This was no longer about the destruction of cities, it was about the potential annihilation of nations. The work moves quickly, and in November 1952, on the tiny Pacific atoll of Inuit, the first US hydrogen bomb is unleashed. The test is code-named Ivy Mike. Observers describe a light so bright it seared their retinas even through protective goggles. A fireball 3 miles wide roared into the sky, boiling the sea and vaporizing an island. The shockwave flattened everything in sight. The explosion released energy equivalent to more than 10 million tons of TNT. In that instant, humanity crossed another line into a world where extinction seemed a realistic possibility. But the Soviets were not far behind. In August 1953, they tested their own hydrogen bomb. The cycle tightened. One side builds, the other matches. One side innovates, the other catches up. Each advance is met with dread, yet neither can afford to stop. The arms race becomes the central heartbeat of the Cold War, pounding faster with each new weapon, each new missile. For ordinary people, this new reality seeps into daily life. In American classrooms, children are taught to duck and cover beneath wooden desks, as if thin planks could shield them from a nuclear inferno. Sirens wail during drills, echoing through neighborhoods, chilling the bones of parents who know the truth. If war comes, no desk, no basement, no shelter will be enough. In cities, families dig backyard fallout shelters, stocking them with canned beans, bottled water, and flashlights. The smell of damp concrete and rusting tin becomes part of the nuclear age. In the Soviet Union, the story is the same. Civil defense posters warn citizens to prepare for the unthinkable, even as they whisper in private that preparation is meaningless. Meanwhile, military planners wrestle with a new doctrine. How do you fight a war when victory means mutual suicide? Out of this paradox comes the strategy of deterrence, the idea that weapons are not for use but for threat. If both sides know that launching an attack will bring their own destruction, then neither will dare. It is called mutually assured destruction, or MED. The name itself reflects its madness, peace preserved by the promise of apocalypse. The technology of delivery becomes as important as the bombs themselves. At first, nuclear weapons are dropped from planes, massive bombers like the American B-52s and Soviet Tu-95s, their engines growling through endless flights over Arctic skies. Then come missiles. The development of intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, changes the equation again. These are rockets that can launch from silos buried deep in the earth, travel across continents, and deliver warheads in minutes. There is no warning, no chance to intercept. It is like replacing a rifle with a lightning bolt. By the late 1950s, both superpowers raced not just for weapons but for the high ground of space. Sputnik, the Soviet satellite launched in 1957, is more than a scientific triumph. It is proof that Moscow has rockets powerful enough to reach orbit, and by extension American cities. Panic sweeps the United States. Politicians speak of a missile gap, warning that the Soviets may already be ahead. The sky itself feels hostile, every blinking light mistaken for a threat. The arms race bleeds into culture. Movies and novels imagine doomsday scenarios, with mushroom clouds on book covers and cities in flames on cinema screens. The smell of popcorn in theaters mixes with the unease of audiences watching films like On the Beach, where nuclear fallout slowly kills the survivors after the bombs fall. Popular culture becomes saturated with fear. Jokes about fallout shelters, cartoons about nuclear blasts, songs about the end of the world. Fear itself becomes a part of everyday life. Yet for the men designing these weapons, the work is cold, clinical, and relentless. Physicists scribble equations on chalkboards, the screech of chalk mixing with the whir of Geiger counters. Engineers assemble warheads in sterile rooms, their gloves squeaking against polished metal. Generals plan nuclear strikes with chilling detachment, discussing megadeaths, millions of potential casualties, as numbers on a chart. The fate of humanity rests in the hands of men who measure annihilation in kilotons and megatons. The arms race also changes global politics. Allies demand protection, and the superpowers oblige. The United States stations nuclear weapons in Western Europe, promising to shield its allies under its nuclear umbrella. The Soviets respond with deployments across Eastern Europe, their warheads aimed squarely at Western capitals. The map of Europe becomes a chessboard, littered with missiles and bombs, each one a potential trigger for catastrophe. For civilians living along this front line, the awareness is constant. In West Germany, families listen to the hum of US bombers overhead, wondering if their homes would be ground zero in a future war. In Poland, citizens whisper about Soviet missile sites hidden in forests. The fear is not abstract. It is personal, immediate, etched into daily routines. The question is never if the bombs will fall, but when. By the early 1960s, the stockpiles have grown to staggering proportions. Thousands of warheads are ready on each side, enough to destroy the planet several times over. The sheer scale defies logic. Leaders speak of balance, of deterrence, but ordinary people know the truth. The world is perched on the edge of self-destruction, and one mistake, one miscalculation, could push it over. And mistakes are frighteningly possible. Radar systems glitch, reporting phantom missile launches. Training exercises simulate nuclear strikes so realistically that allies fear the war has actually begun. Pilots carry live bombs on constant alert, their engines humming, waiting for orders that could end civilization. The line between peace and apocalypse is thinner than a whisper. The nuclear age is not just about bombs but about psychology. Leaders sleep poorly, haunted by the responsibility of ending or preserving the world. Citizens live with a quiet dread, masking it with humor, routine, or denial. Children draw pictures of mushroom clouds in their school notebooks. Couples build fallout shelters as part of their wedding plans. The possibility of annihilation becomes background noise, ever present, never spoken of too loudly. By the end of the 1950s, it is clear that the arms race is not slowing down. Each breakthrough only spawns another bigger bombs, faster missiles, deadlier submarines lurking beneath the seas. The superpowers are trapped in a cycle they cannot escape. To stop building feels like weakness. To keep building feels like madness. And yet they continue. The nuclear age has escalated beyond what even its creators imagined. What began as a weapon to end a war has become a weapon that could end all wars by ending the world itself. And soon that abstract terror will become horrifyingly real, because the weapons will not just sit in silos or laboratories. They will be tested, positioned, and pointed in the most volatile standoff of the entire Cold War. A standoff that will bring humanity closer to nuclear fire than ever before. In a small island nation, 90 miles off the coast of Florida, the electric chair hummed with a deadly silence. In June 1953, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg sat in Sing Sing prison, their faces pale under the glow of the overhead lights. Outside the gates, thousands of protesters shouted into the summer night, convinced the young couple were innocent victims of hysteria. Inside, guards strapped them down, the leather biting against their skin. In a moment the switch would be pulled, and 2 Americans accused of giving atomic secrets to the Soviets would be executed. The Rosenbergs' deaths sent a message that pierced through every home in America. The enemy might not just be overseas, the enemy might be your neighbor. The Cold War had always been a global struggle, but in the late 1940s and early 50s, it became something else. It seeped into kitchens, schools, offices, and living rooms. Paranoia spread like smoke. If Stalin had the bomb, how had he gotten it so quickly? If Soviet forces could dominate Eastern Europe, could they also infiltrate America itself? Suspicion was no longer abstract. It was personal. It was everywhere. At the heart of this fear was espionage. During the war, Soviet intelligence had penetrated deep into Western institutions. The Manhattan Project itself, one of the most tightly guarded operations in history, had been compromised. Secret files, coded formulas, and weapons designs were copied and handed to Moscow by well-placed spies. The revelations were staggering. Men like Klaus Fuchs, a brilliant physicist working at Los Alamos, admitted to feeding atomic secrets across oceans. The Rosenbergs were accused of being part of this same shadow network. In a courtroom in New York, the case riveted the nation. Witnesses spoke of coded messages, hidden meetings, and smuggled data. For Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, the accusations were clear, but the evidence was contested. Julius was charged with orchestrating a spy ring, Ethel was accused of typing notes that passed secrets to the Soviets. To their supporters, the trial was flawed, a witch hunt fueled more by fear than by proof. But to the prosecution and the government, they were traitors who had betrayed their country at the dawn of the nuclear age. When the sentence was handed down, it was the ultimate penalty, death. Their execution became a symbol, a warning, and a scar that divided public opinion for decades. The Rosenbergs' fate was only one part of a larger storm. Across America, suspicion was tightening its grip. Politicians, journalists, and celebrities began to ask a chilling question: how many communists were hiding in plain sight? Were they teachers influencing the young? Were they actors spreading propaganda through film? Were they government officials shaping policy from within? The line between legitimate concern and outright paranoia blurred until it vanished completely. Into this climate stepped a man who thrived on fear: Senator Joseph McCarthy of Wisconsin. In February 1950, he stood before an audience in Wheeling, West Virginia, and declared that he held a list of known communists working inside the State Department. He waved a sheet of paper, though the number of names he claimed shifted from speech to speech. The impact was immediate. Headlines screamed of communist infiltration. Americans leaned in, desperate for answers, terrified of betrayal. McCarthy had found his weapon, suspicion, and he wielded it like a blade. McCarthy's rise was meteoric. In hearings broadcast across the country, he accused diplomats, generals, professors, and even librarians of communist sympathies. His voice dripped with certainty, his eyes flashing with indignation. People watched on television as lives were destroyed in real time. Those accused often had little chance to defend themselves. A mere whisper of association was enough to end careers. A teacher could lose their job for signing a petition. An actor could be blacklisted for refusing to name names. A scientist could find doors slammed shut because of an old friendship. The atmosphere of suspicion infected every layer of society. Children in schools recited loyalty oaths, their small voices trembling as they swore allegiance. Neighbors eyed each other warily, conversations cut short, friendships frayed, families argued at dinner tables, dividing over accusations and rumors. The smell of ink from freshly printed loyalty questionnaires filled office buildings. FBI agents knocked on doors, their questions sharp, their notebooks filling with names. Fear became a daily ritual. For those in Hollywood, the cost was devastating. The House Un-American Activities Committee hatch-weld actors, screenwriters, and directors into hearings, demanding they reveal alleged communist ties. Some refused, citing their rights. They became known as the Hollywood 10, blacklisted, their careers destroyed. Others cooperated, naming colleagues, feeding the machinery of suspicion. Movies themselves shifted, with scripts rewritten to emphasize patriotism and villains increasingly portrayed as communist threats. The silver screen, once a place of escape, became a battlefield in the cultural war. Yet McCarthy's power had its limits. His reckless accusations eventually reached the United States Army, and in the spring of 1954, the Army McCarthy hearings were broadcast live on national television. Millions watched as McCarthy bullied witnesses, brandished flimsy evidence, and lashed out at his critics. At one point, attorney Joseph Welch turned to him and asked, "Have you no sense of decency, sir, at long last?" The words cut through the noise. The spell was broken. McCarthy's approval ratings collapsed. His reign of fear ended as quickly as it had begun, but the scars remained. While McCarthy fell, the broader culture of suspicion did not vanish. The FBI, under J. Edgar Hoover, expanded its surveillance, tapping phones, opening mail, and infiltrating organizations. Artists, activists, and intellectuals lived under the constant threat of exposure. The phrase, "Are you now, or have you ever been, a member of the Communist Party?" became a symbol of the era, a question that could destroy lives with or without an answer. The paranoia was not confined to America. In Britain, the Cambridge 5 spy ring was exposed, high-ranking officials who had been feeding intelligence to Moscow for years. The revelation rattled London and confirmed what many feared: communist spies were not a fantasy, they were real. Espionage and suspicion blurred into each other. Genuine spy cases like the Rosenbergs or the Cambridge 5 fueled paranoia. Paranoia, in turn, created fertile ground for demagogues like McCarthy. The cycle fed itself, tightening the grip of fear on entire societies. Citizens, who once trusted their institutions, now second-guessed everything. Even churches and unions split over accusations, their members divided, their missions weakened. For Soviet leaders watching from Moscow, the spectacle was useful. American paranoia seemed to confirm their propaganda that democracy was weak, fractured, and vulnerable to hysteria. For ordinary Soviets, however, the reality was equally grim. In Stalin's Soviet Union, suspicion was not merely cultural, it was enforced by the state. The secret police prowled the streets, their ears attuned to whispers. Informants reported on their neighbors. The scent meant arrest, exile, or worse. Fear defined both East and West, though in different forms, one enforced by courts and committees, the other by secret police and gulags. By the mid-1950s, the paranoia of communist infiltration had reshaped the Cold War itself. America's foreign policy grew harder, more aggressive, driven not only by external threats, but by internal fear. Politicians spoke of defending freedom abroad while crushing dissent at home. Families lived in constant tension, some believing the measures were necessary, others convinced the country was destroying itself from within. The Rosenbergs' electric chair, McCarthy's waving lists, the blacklists in Hollywood, the loyalty oaths in classrooms. Together, they painted a portrait of a society on edge, where suspicion was more powerful than bullets, and fear itself became a weapon. But if paranoia defined the early Cold War years, another force was about to rise, one that would strike at the very heart of Europe, deepening the divide not just in minds but in concrete and steel. Because in 1961, a wall would rise in Berlin, and the Cold War's invisible barrier would become brutally visible for the entire world to see. June 1953, East Berlin. The smell of smoke drifts through the narrow streets, mingling with sweat and fear. Crowds of workers, their hands still blackened from factory soot, pour into the city squares, chanting for freedom. Their voices echo against the grey stone buildings. "Wir wollen Freiheit," we want freedom. Soviet tanks rumble down the boulevards, their treads clanking, their engines growling like predators stalking their prey. Soldiers sit inside, gripping their rifles, their eyes hard. Within hours the uprising is drowned in gunfire. The chants are replaced by screams, the smoke of torched barricades replaced by the sharper stench of burned flesh. The message is unmistakable. The Soviet bloc will hold. To understand how Europe reached this moment, we need to step back to the late 1940s. The world is dividing more sharply with every passing month. In Washington, leaders worry that communism is spreading like wildfire across war-ravaged nations. In Moscow, Stalin sees encirclement, convinced the capitalist world is plotting to strangle the Soviet Union. In 1949, the United States and its Western allies create the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, a military alliance promising that an attack on one member would be considered an attack on all. It is a shield forged in fear, meant to deter Soviet aggression. For ordinary Europeans, NATO feels like a lifeline. In West Germany, families rebuilding their shattered homes see American and British troops stationed nearby and breathe a little easier. In Italy, in France, in Belgium, leaders tie their futures to Washington, hoping the promise of NATO will prevent another invasion, another war. Yet, for the Soviets, NATO is proof of Western hostility. To Stalin, it looks less like a shield and more like a sword pointed at Moscow's heart. The response is inevitable. In May 1955, the Soviet Union forms its own alliance, the Warsaw Pact. It binds Eastern European nations together under Moscow's command. East Germany, Poland, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Romania, Bulgaria, and Albania all fall into line. On paper, it is a treaty of equals. In reality, it is chains disguised as unity. Moscow holds the reins, armies are placed under Soviet command, and any hint of independence is smothered quickly. But alliances alone cannot hold back resentment. In East Germany, only months after Stalin's death in 1953, cracks appear. Workers face long hours, rising quotas, and shrinking rations. Bread lines stretch for blocks, and the smell of stale cabbage fills kitchens. Anger boils over. Demonstrations swell into an uprising. For a brief moment, freedom seems within reach. People topple statues, seize offices, and wave banners of defiance. Yet the joy is short-lived. Soviet tanks crush the rebellion without hesitation. The cobblestones are stained with blood. Families watch from their windows, their curtains trembling as shells explode in the distance. The revolt fails, but it exposes a truth Moscow cannot ignore. Its empire rests not on loyalty, but on fear. That truth becomes even clearer 3 years later in Hungary. October 1956. Students gather in Budapest, their chants rising into the autumn night. Riskik Haza. Russians go home. The crowds swell, their fists raised, banners fluttering. Statues of Stalin are pulled down and smashed into pieces. The air smells of gunpowder and liberation. For days, Hungarians believe they have reclaimed their destiny. Imre Nagy, a reformist leader, declares Hungary free, promises multi-party elections, and even speaks of leaving the Warsaw Pact. The dream is intoxicating. But in Moscow, the dream is intolerable. Nikita Khrushchev, the new Soviet leader, decides the experiment must end. In early November, thousands of Soviet troops pour across the border. Tanks roll into Budapest, their barrels swinging toward apartment blocks. Artillery fires into the city squares, where protesters once stood chanting. Young men armed with Molotov cocktails hurl themselves against the armored vehicles, flames licking the sky. Mothers scream as buildings collapse in plumes of dust. The uprising is drowned in blood. Thousands are killed. Nagy is arrested and later executed. The message is brutal but clear. No one leaves the Soviet bloc. The man delivering that message, Nikita Khrushchev, is not Stalin, but he is no soft reformer either. Short, stocky, and often brash, Khrushchev presents himself as a new kind of leader. He denounces Stalin's purges, exposing the dictator's crimes in a secret speech to the Communist Party in 1956. For many, it is shocking to hear a Soviet leader condemn Stalin himself. Yet, Khrushchev's de-Stalinization is not about freedom. It is about control. By tearing down Stalin's cult of personality, Khrushchev seeks to strengthen the system, not dismantle it. He opens up space for limited reform. But when rebellion threatens the empire, as in Hungary, he shows no hesitation in using overwhelming force. For those living in Eastern Europe, Khrushchev's rise is a paradox. His speeches promise progress, but his tanks remind them of their chains. Daily life reflects this tension. In Poland, workers still whisper complaints in factory halls, but they do so carefully, glancing over their shoulders for informants. In Czechoslovakia, students debate cautiously in their dorm rooms, their voices lowered to avoid the ears of the secret police. Everywhere, the atmosphere is thick with fear and resignation. You can taste it in the air, bitter as black coffee, heavy as cigarette smoke. In the West, these uprisings and crackdowns only deepen the divide. NATO leaders see proof that the Soviet bloc is held together by force, not consent. Western newspapers print photos of burning tanks in Budapest, their headlines screaming of Soviet brutality. Citizens across Europe rally in sympathy, but they also realize the limits of Western power. NATO does not intervene militarily. The alliance shield is meant for its own members, not for those trapped behind the Iron Curtain. For Hungarians and East Germans, this is a bitter lesson. The West may cheer their defiance, but it will not save them. Khrushchev, meanwhile, grows bolder on the global stage. He believes the Soviet Union can compete directly with the United States, not just in weapons, but in ideology and influence. He bangs his shoe on the podium at the United Nations, shouting his defiance. He promises that communism will outlive capitalism, declaring, "We will bury you." His rhetoric is fiery, his style unpredictable. Some see him as dangerous, others as blustering. But one thing is certain, under Khrushchev, the Cold War will only intensify. The creation of NATO and the Warsaw Pact has drawn permanent lines across Europe. The uprisings in East Germany and Hungary have shown how deep the desire for freedom runs and how ruthlessly Moscow will crush it. Khrushchev's rise has signaled both change and continuity, reform within limits, control enforced by force, defiance abroad, matched by repression at home. Yet the story of the Cold War is still only beginning. Because even as alliances harden and blood is spilled on the streets of Budapest, another crisis is looming. A divided city will soon become the most dangerous flashpoint in the world, and when concrete walls rise in Berlin, the Cold War will reveal its most visible and enduring scar. August 13th, 1961. The people of Berlin wake to a sound they do not recognize, the clanging of hammers, the grind of cement mixers, the shuffle of soldiers' boots against the cobblestones. Through the early morning haze, East German police and Soviet-backed troops are unrolling barbed wire across the streets, sealing off one side of the city from the other. Families stare from their windows in disbelief. By the first light of dawn, Berlin, the last open doorway between East and West, is being walled shut. For more than a decade, Berlin had been the fault line of the Cold War. It was a city split into zones, but with streets that still allowed people to cross from Soviet-controlled East Berlin into the free Western sectors. That fragile loophole had become a lifeline. By 1961, more than 2.5 million East Germans had fled through it, escaping communism for the promise of freedom. Teachers, engineers, doctors, even entire families left everything behind to walk across the border. It was an exodus that was bleeding East Germany dry, and to Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev it was intolerable. Khrushchev's patience snapped in the summer of 1961. He had challenged the West before, at summits in Geneva and Vienna, pressing President John F. Kennedy to withdraw American forces from Berlin. Kennedy, young and untested, refused. The two leaders met in Vienna in June. Kennedy later described it as the roughest day of his life. Khrushchev bullied, demanded, and threatened. Kennedy held firm, but inside he felt shaken, telling his aides afterward that the United States might face war over Berlin. The stage was set, And when Khrushchev gave the order to close the border, it was the East Germans themselves who paid the price. The first barriers were crude: barbed wire strung across intersections, soldiers standing guard, their rifles glinting under the street lamps. People rushed across before it was too late. Some leaped through the fences into the arms of Western police. Others pressed desperately against the checkpoints, pleading with the guards to let them through. One woman jumped from her apartment window in East Berlin into the West below, breaking her bones but escaping captivity. But within days the wire became wood, then concrete, then a wall. What began as a temporary measure hardened into the Berlin Wall, a scar of stone and steel stretching more than 100 miles, circling West Berlin like a noose. The wall was not only physical, it was psychological. Overnight, families were torn apart, brothers stranded on opposite sides, lovers separated by concrete. The sound of hammers pounding mortar became the soundtrack of heartbreak. On one side of the wall, the bright shop windows of West Berlin glowed with radios, fruit, books, and perfumes. On the other, East Berlin's shelves sat half empty, the air heavy with coal smoke and scarcity. The contrast was visible, tangible, and unbearable. Kennedy faced enormous pressure. Some of his advisors urged military action to tear down the barricades before they could be solidified. Others warned that a confrontation risked nuclear war. Kennedy chose caution. He sent Vice President Lyndon Johnson to West Berlin, accompanied by U.S. troops, in a dramatic show of solidarity. American tanks rolled through the city, their engines roaring, flags snapping in the wind. The people of West Berlin cheered, their voices echoing off the ruined buildings. Yet Kennedy refused to tear down the wall. He accepted its existence, believing it was safer than war. His decision drew criticism, but it avoided a catastrophe. Still, the tension did not fade. In October 1961, the standoff escalated to its most dangerous moment. At Checkpoint Charlie, the most famous border crossing in Berlin, American and Soviet tanks faced each other across a narrow street, their barrels pointed directly at one another, their crews tense, their hands hovering over the triggers. For 16 hours, the world held its breath. One wrong move, one nervous soldier, could have unleashed a third world war. In the end, diplomacy prevailed. Slowly, one by one, the tanks pulled back. The city exhaled, but the wall remained. For Berliners, the wall became an everyday prison. East German guards, known as the Grenztruppen, patrolled with dogs, their boots crunching over the gravel paths. A deadly death strip stretched along the wall. Sand, barbed wire, floodlights, guard towers, and tripwires, designed to stop any escape attempts. Posters warned citizens of the consequences. Gunshots often punctured the night, the echoes bouncing off the concrete as escapees were cut down. The air near the wall smelled of damp cement and machine oil, a constant reminder of an empire's grip. And yet, people kept trying. A young man dug a tunnel under the wall, his hands raw from scraping the earth. Families floated across rivers in makeshift rafts, the water freezing against their skin. Others rammed trucks into the barriers, sparks flying as the engines screamed. Some succeeded, many did not. Each failed escape left scars on both sides. Bodies sprawled in the sand, funerals whispered behind closed doors, Westerners grieving for neighbors they could no longer save. The Berlin Wall became the ultimate symbol of the Cold War, not just a barrier of concrete and wire, but a dividing line between two visions of humanity. On one side, the promise of freedom, however imperfect; on the other, enforced obedience, however justified by ideology. The wall declared to the world that communism could not keep its people without cages. It was a monument not to strength, but to fear. For Kennedy, the wall was both a humiliation and an opportunity. He could not tear it down, but he could use it to rally the West. In 1963, he stood before a crowd of 500,000 in West Berlin, his voice carrying over the loudspeakers, declaring, "Ich bin ein Berliner," I am a Berliner. The cheers roared like thunder. To Berliners, those words were not about grammar, but about solidarity. Kennedy was saying, "Your fight is our fight. Your city is our city." The speech electrified the world. The wall might stand, but so did the West. Meanwhile, Khrushchev presented the wall as a symbol of stability. He told the world it had stopped a crisis, preventing the mass exodus of East Germans. But beneath the propaganda, he knew it was a wound, visible proof that communism could not inspire loyalty on its own. It needed concrete, barbed wire, and bullets to keep its people in place. The wall changed everything. Diplomats now negotiated over bricks and checkpoints, every decision magnified by the possibility of war. Soldiers patrolled the border, always on edge, their fingers brushing against triggers, their breath fogging in the cold Berlin air. Families lived with an ache that never left, staring across the no-man's land at relatives they could no longer touch. The Cold War, once abstract, was now visible in stone and steel, and yet this was only the beginning, because if Berlin had become the front line of division, another crisis was already brewing across the Atlantic, one that would bring the world to the very brink of nuclear annihilation. A confrontation in Cuba, where Soviet missiles would be pointed directly at American cities, and the fate of humanity would hang on a handful of desperate decisions. January 1st, 1959. Havana erupts with sound. Gunfire rattles across the city, car horns blare, and church bells toll wildly as crowds surge into the streets. Men rip down the portraits of Fulgencio Batista, the dictator who only hours before had fled the island. In his place rises a new figure, Fidel Castro, bearded, fatigued, his voice booming with revolutionary fervor. He promises to transform Cuba into a land of dignity, justice, and independence. The smell of gunpowder still lingers in the air, but to many Cubans it smells like freedom. They believe history has turned in their favor. Few realize that this revolution on a small Caribbean island, just 90 miles from Florida, will ignite one of the most dangerous confrontations of the Cold War. Castro had not come to power overnight. For years he and his band of guerrillas had fought Batista's regime from the mountains of the Sierra Maestra. The jungle was their shield, its humid air thick with mosquitoes, its nights alive with the crackle of radios broadcasting messages of defiance. His fighters wore ragged uniforms, their boots soaked from endless marches, their rifles often scavenged from fallen enemies, yet their determination was unbreakable. They called themselves the Barbudos, the bearded ones. Against overwhelming odds they had toppled an American-backed dictator. To many across Latin America, Castro became a symbol of possibility, proof that revolution could defeat corruption and empire. But Washington did not see inspiration. It saw danger. Batista may have been a dictator, but he had been their dictator friendly to US interests and open to American business. Cuba under Castro was unpredictable. Within months of taking power, Castro began seizing American-owned land and industries. Sugar plantations, oil refineries, telephone companies, all were nationalized. The stars and stripes were lowered, the Cuban flag raised, the smell of burning legal papers filled offices as contracts were torn apart. American executives fled Havana, their suitcases packed with cash, their faces grim with humiliation. President Dwight Eisenhower watched the changes with growing alarm. At first, Washington tried subtle pressure. Economic aid was withheld, and diplomatic warnings were delivered, but Castro doubled down. He gave fiery speeches denouncing imperialism, his words rolling like thunder over the cheering crowds in Havana's Revolution Square. His voice crackled across radios, carried to peasants in the fields and workers in the factories. His message was clear: Cuba would be sovereign, no matter the cost. As relations collapsed, Castro looked north and found hostility. So he turned elsewhere, to Moscow. In May 1960, Cuba signed trade agreements with the Soviet Union. Ships from the east arrived in Havana harbor, their holds filled with oil, machinery, and wheat. In return, sugar flowed back to the USSR. To Washington, it felt like a betrayal. To Moscow, it was an opportunity. For the first time, the Soviets had a foothold in the Western Hemisphere. The CIA, convinced that Castro had to be removed, began plotting. The logic was simple: if you can't intimidate the revolution, then strangle it. Plans were drawn for sabotage, propaganda campaigns, and even assassination attempts. Poisoned cigars, exploding seashells, hallucinogens meant to humiliate Castro during his public speeches. Some schemes bordered on the absurd, but others were deadly serious. At the heart of them all was one goal: eliminate the bearded leader before he became entrenched. In 1961, the plan escalated into open action. The newly elected president, John F. Kennedy, young and charismatic, inherited from Eisenhower a covert operation to invade Cuba using exiles who had fled Castro's rule. Trained in Guatemala and armed with American weapons, these men, numbering about 1,400, were told they would land on Cuban shores, spark an uprising, and topple Castro. To Kennedy, it seemed like a neat solution: deny American fingerprints, let Cubans fight Cubans, and rid the hemisphere of a communist thorn. The landing took place in April at a swampy stretch of coast known as the Bay of Pigs. From the beginning, it was a disaster. The exiles hit the beaches at dawn, their boots sinking into the wet sand, their rifles clutched nervously. But Castro's forces were waiting. The roar of tanks echoed across the bay. Cuban planes strafed the beaches, their gunfire stitching the sand. The smell of diesel and blood mixed as the exiles struggled to hold their ground. Radio Havana broadcast the invasion live, announcing to the world that mercenaries backed by the US were attacking the revolution. Any hope of secrecy vanished instantly. The invaders had expected local Cubans to rise up and support them, but the people did not. Many who despised Castro still despised American interference more. Within 72 hours the battle was over. Over 100 men lay dead, and more than 1,000 were captured. Photographs of the ragged prisoners, paraded before cameras, spread across newspapers worldwide. Kennedy, humiliated, admitted responsibility. The Bay of Pigs was not just a failure, it was a debacle. For Castro, it was a vindication. He strutted through Havana in victory, his voice thunderous, declaring that Cuba had defeated imperialism. His popularity soared. He tightened his alliance with the Soviet Union, welcoming military aid, weapons, and advisors. On May Day parades, Soviet tanks now rolled through Havana, their metal hulls gleaming in the tropical sun, their engines belching smoke. Soviet ships unloaded crates of rifles onto the docks, the wood smelling of fresh varnish and oil. Castro, once a nationalist with an ambiguous ideology, now declared himself a Marxist-Leninist. The line was drawn. Cuba was officially part of the communist camp. The Bay of Pigs had unintended consequences far beyond Havana. It convinced Khrushchev that Kennedy was weak, a young leader who could be tested and pushed. It convinced Castro that survival meant deeper Soviet protection. And it convinced Washington that Cuba was no longer a local problem, but a front line of the Cold War. Every decision, every shipment, every speech now carried the weight of a global rivalry. For ordinary Cubans, life grew harsher. The US tightened its embargo, cutting off trade and isolating the island. Food shortages worsened. The smell of kerosene stoves filled cramped apartments as families stretched their rations. Yet the revolution survived. Fueled by defiance, schools expanded, and literacy campaigns spread across the countryside. Doctors were sent to villages that had never seen them before. The cost was repression. Dissent was silenced, opposition was jailed, and newspapers were muzzled. Freedom narrowed even as pride deepened. And for Americans, Cuba became an obsession. Anti-Castro groups flourished in Miami, their radio broadcasts filled with rage, their plans for sabotage endless. Exiles dreamed of returning, clutching photos of their lost homes, whispering of revenge. The CIA kept plotting, undeterred by failure, convinced that one more scheme could succeed. Kennedy, burned by the Bay of Pigs, vowed never to be caught unprepared again. The stage was set. A small island nation, led by a bearded revolutionary, had become both a pawn and a player in the greatest struggle of the 20th century. The Bay of Pigs had sealed Cuba's alliance with Moscow, but it had also planted the seeds of something far more dangerous, because soon Soviet missiles would arrive on Cuban soil, and the world itself would stand on the edge of nuclear annihilation. October 14th, 1962. A U-2 reconnaissance plane slices silently through the blue skies above Cuba. Below, the jungle stretches like a green carpet dotted with villages and winding dirt roads. At first glance, nothing seems unusual, but then the camera captures something unmistakable. Long cylindrical objects covered with camouflage netting, launch sites being constructed. Soviet medium-range ballistic missiles, capable of carrying nuclear warheads, aimed directly at American cities. The pilot, his breath fogging the glass, steadies his hands on the controls. He knows the photographs he carries will shake the world. When the images land on President John F. Kennedy's desk, the White House falls into a stunned silence. The Soviets, under Nikita Khrushchev, have secretly placed nuclear weapons on an island just 90 miles off the coast of Florida. Warheads that, once operational, could obliterate Washington, New York, or Chicago in minutes. It is not a distant threat across oceans. It is right at America's doorstep. Kennedy studies the black and white photos, the grainy outlines of the missile launchers stark against the Cuban soil. The weight of the discovery presses down like lead. The United States is staring into the abyss of nuclear war. For days, Kennedy and his advisors gather in a small, smoke-filled room inside the White House. The air is thick with tension. They call it the ExComm, the Executive Committee of the National Security Council. Around the table, generals push for immediate airstrikes to destroy the missiles, their voices sharp, their fists hitting the wood. To them, hesitation is weakness. But others warn that attacking Cuba could trigger Soviet retaliation in Berlin or beyond. Kennedy listens, his jaw tight, his pen tapping against a notepad. He knows that any decision he makes could decide the survival of millions. The options are stark. A military strike, quick and decisive, risks spiraling into a nuclear exchange. A diplomatic protest seems hopelessly weak. Kennedy searches for a middle path. At last he finds one, a naval blockade, though he calls it a quarantine to avoid the language of war. US warships will surround Cuba, preventing Soviet vessels from delivering more missiles. It is a gamble, a strategy of containment without a direct attack. But once announced, the world will know that the clock is ticking toward catastrophe. On October 22nd, Kennedy takes to the airwaves. His voice is calm, steady, but firm. He announces to the American people that Soviet nuclear missiles have been discovered in Cuba and that a quarantine is now in place. Millions listen, frozen in their living rooms, their radios crackling, their televisions flickering with his image. Mothers glance at their children, fathers clench their fists, and teenagers sit silently in shock. In Moscow, Khrushchev listens too. The challenge is clear. The standoff has begun. As US warships take their positions in the Caribbean, the seas themselves become a stage of suspense. Radar operators track Soviet cargo ships steaming toward Cuba, their hold suspected of carrying more missile parts. Sailors stand at their posts, the salt air biting their faces, their knuckles white around their binoculars. The world waits for the moment when the steel hulls will meet, when a Soviet captain will decide whether to break the blockade, whether to force a clash that could unleash a nuclear war. In Havana, Fidel Castro braces his island for an attack. Anti-aircraft guns are wheeled into place, their barrels glinting under the Caribbean sun. Soldiers dig trenches in the red earth, their hands blistered, their uniforms soaked with sweat. Cuban citizens line up for weapons, the smell of gun oil and dust filling the air. Castro delivers fiery speeches, declaring that Cuba will never surrender. Yet, inside, even he knows his island could become ground zero for Armageddon. The standoff intensifies. On October 24th, Soviet ships approach the quarantine line. American destroyers cut through the waves, their decks bristling with sailors ready for their orders. At the last moment, the Soviet ships slow, then turn back. The blockade holds, but the relief is temporary. The missiles already in Cuba remain, and they are nearing operational readiness. Time is running out. Then, the crisis deepens. On October 27th, an American U-2 reconnaissance plane is shot down over Cuba by a Soviet-supplied missile. The pilot, Major Rudolph Anderson, is killed instantly. His wreckage scatters across the Cuban countryside, the metal twisted, the parachute shredded. In Washington, Kennedy's advisors urge immediate retaliation. Bomb the sites. Strike back now. The air in the room is thick with panic, the smell of coffee and cigarette smoke sharper, heavier than ever. Kennedy resists, holding his ground against the rush to war. He knows one wrong move could end civilization. That same day, beneath the waters of the Caribbean, a Soviet submarine armed with a nuclear torpedo drifts dangerously close to US destroyers. Depth charges explode nearby, the hull rattling, the heat inside the submarine unbearable. The crew, exhausted and drenched in sweat, debates whether to launch. One man, Vasily Arkhipov, refuses to give his consent. His calm defiance prevents a nuclear strike. Few on the surface ever know how close the world has come to annihilation. Back in Washington, messages from Khrushchev arrive. First, one softer in tone, suggesting a trade, Soviet withdrawal from Cuba in exchange for a US promise not to invade. Then, a second, harsher message, demanding that American missiles also be removed from Turkey. The letters contradict each other, sowing confusion. Kennedy chooses to respond only to the first, the more conciliatory offer. Privately, he also agrees to remove the missiles from Turkey, but only if the deal remains a secret. It is diplomacy balanced on the edge of a knife. On October 28th, the world exhales. Khrushchev announces that the Soviet missiles will be withdrawn from Cuba. In exchange, Kennedy publicly pledges not to invade the island. The crisis ends. The warheads are shipped back to the Soviet Union, their long, sleek forms hauled from the Cuban soil under the eyes of American inspectors. The blockade is lifted. The world has stepped back from the brink. But the relief is haunted. For 13 days the planet stood on the edge of destruction. Families built fallout shelters in their basements, stocking them with canned beans, candles, and water. Soldiers slept in trenches with their weapons at their sides, certain they might not wake to another dawn. Leaders aged visibly, the weight of annihilation pressing down on their shoulders. The Cuban Missile Crisis became the closest humanity has ever come to ending itself. For Kennedy, the crisis was a victory, proof of his calm resolve in the face of danger. For Khrushchev, it was a humiliation. His gamble exposed, his missiles withdrawn under pressure. Yet both men knew they had been lucky. The narrow escape left scars. It also created a new awareness. Nuclear war could not be risked again so carelessly. A direct hotline was established between Washington and Moscow. A red phone, a line that could cut through confusion in moments of danger. Still, the crisis left a lingering unease. Castro fumed, feeling betrayed by Moscow, furious that decisions about Cuba's fate had been made without him. In America, critics claimed Kennedy had secretly conceded too much. In the Soviet Union, Khrushchev's authority weakened, the seeds of his eventual downfall planted. The world had survived, but it had seen its reflection in the fire, a vision of cities reduced to ash, of skies darkened by radioactive storms, of a silence where civilization once stood. The Cuban Missile Crisis proved that the Cold War was no longer about borders or ideology alone. It was about survival itself. And while the missiles were removed from Cuba, they were not removed from the world. The stockpiles continued to grow, with weapons deadlier than ever, still waiting in silos and submarines. The confrontation had ended, but the arms race had not, and in the years to come, the battlefield would shift again from the jungles of Southeast Asia, where guerrilla fighters and superpower ambitions collided, to the cities of America, where protests against the war shook the streets. The next great trial of the Cold War was about to erupt in a place called Vietnam. The jungle erupts in sound. Mortar shells rip through the air, the crack of AK-47 fire echoes from unseen hillsides, and the suffocating heat of Southeast Asia presses down on American soldiers, stumbling through tangled vines and knee-deep mud. They cannot see the enemy, only shadows, only whispers, only the sudden scream of an ambush. This is Vietnam in the mid-1960s, a place where the Cold War is no longer fought in speeches or alliances, but in sweat, blood, and fire. The road to this battlefield had begun quietly. In the early 1950s, after French colonial forces were defeated at Dien Bien Phu, Vietnam was split into two nations at the Geneva Accords, Communist North Vietnam, led by Ho Chi Minh, and anti-communist South Vietnam, backed by the West. At first, the United States sent only advisors, a few hundred men in crisp uniforms, teaching tactics, sharing equipment, and overseeing strategy. But behind their presence was an iron conviction: if South Vietnam fell, the whole region might topple. It was called the domino theory, the belief that communism would spread from country to country like falling dominoes, turning Asia red. By the time John F. Kennedy entered the White House, the number of American advisors had swelled into the thousands. Green Berets trained South Vietnamese soldiers in counterinsurgency, instructing them in the humid forests, the air thick with the scent of wet earth and sweat. Helicopters buzzed overhead, carrying supplies into remote villages where peasants eyed the foreigners with suspicion. Kennedy believed Vietnam was a test of American resolve, but he also feared being drawn in too deep. His words were cautious, but his actions pushed the United States further into the quagmire. After Kennedy's assassination, the burden fell to Lyndon B. Johnson, and it was under Johnson that the conflict escalated from advisory to a full-scale war. The turning point came in August 1964. In the waters of the Gulf of Tonkin, US naval vessels reported being attacked by North Vietnamese patrol boats. The incident was murky, the details confused, but Johnson seized it as justification. He went before Congress, his voice firm, and won sweeping authority to use military force. The Gulf of Tonkin Resolution became his blank check, and America's commitment to Vietnam was transformed overnight. By 1965, the first combat troops landed at Da Nang. Marines in flak jackets stepped off transports into the blazing sun, the smell of jet fuel mixing with the salty sea air. They expected a mission of limited engagement. Instead, they walked into a war with no front lines. Vietnam was not like Korea or World War II. There were no massive tank battles, no clear armies marching in formation. Instead, there were villages that could be friendly by day and hostile by night, paths through the jungle that looked empty until they erupted with fire, and an enemy that vanished into tunnels and forests, striking and melting away. The Viet Cong, the communist guerrillas in the south, knew the land as intimately as their own skin. They moved barefoot through rice paddies, their bodies lean, their faces hardened by years of struggle. They laid traps in the earth, punji sticks hidden under leaves, sharpened bamboo coated with poison. They planted mines along the roads, the explosions tearing through convoys with thunder and flame. For American soldiers, every step was a question. Every rustle of leaves, every chirp of insects might hide death. To combat this elusive foe, America unleashed its firepower. Helicopters thundered over the jungles, their rotors chopping the air, spitting streams of bullets from mounted machine guns. Napalm bombs fell, coating forests and villages in a sticky fire, the smell of burning flesh and rubber choking the survivors. Agent Orange, a defoliant, was sprayed in clouds from planes, stripping the jungle bare, leaving the trees as skeletons, their leaves shriveled to ash. The strategy was simple: deny the Viet Cong cover, scorch the land until the enemy had nowhere to hide. But the devastation was felt by civilians as much as by the fighters. Villages burned, fields died, and children coughed under the orange skies. As the war escalated, US troop numbers soared. By 1968, over 500,000 Americans were stationed in Vietnam. Young men from Kansas, New York, Alabama, and California found themselves in sweltering jungles thousands of miles from home. They carried rifles that grew heavy in the heat, their boots filled with water from the endless monsoon rains. Letters from home arrived stained with sweat, read by candlelight in makeshift camps that smelled of mildew and gun oil. Many counted the days, scratching marks into their helmets or notebooks, desperate to measure their survival. The North Vietnamese, led by Ho Chi Minh and his brilliant general, Vo Nguyen Giap, relied on patience and determination. Giap understood that America had overwhelming firepower, but he also understood something deeper. Wars are not always won by battles, but by endurance. If his forces could survive, if they could bleed the Americans long enough, US resolve would break. He told his soldiers, "The enemy will tire before we do." And so they fought with persistence, weaving through the jungles, carrying supplies on bicycles, and digging tunnels that stretched for miles under the earth. In January 1968, Giap launched the Tet Offensive, a nationwide assault across South Vietnam. Cities that had seemed safe erupted with explosions and gunfire. Saigon itself shook as Viet Cong fighters stormed the US embassy. The offensive was eventually beaten back with enormous losses for the communists, but its psychological impact was devastating. Americans watching television saw images of the carnage, of soldiers fighting street by street, of bodies lying in doorways. The promise that victory was near was shattered. Public opinion turned. Back home, the war tore at America's soul. Television brought Vietnam into living rooms nightly. Families sat in silence, watching footage of helicopters ferrying the wounded, of villages burning, of soldiers trudging through the mud with thousand-yard stares. The smell of dinner cooling on the tables clashed with the images of rice paddies drenched in blood. Protests erupted on college campuses, the air filled with chants, the scent of tear gas, the clash of batons. Parents buried their sons, while politicians promised that progress was being made. Trust in the government withered. For the soldiers in the field, the war became an endless cycle. Patrols into jungles where every shadow concealed danger, ambushes that came without warning, muzzle flashes in the dark, screams echoing through the trees, then long stretches of waiting, the jungle buzzing with insects, the sweat stinging their eyes, the silence broken only by the thump of distant artillery. Many felt trapped in a war with no clear purpose, fighting for hills that were taken and then abandoned, for villages that were pacified and then lost again. Meanwhile, in Hanoi, the North Vietnamese celebrated every American protest, every crack in US resolve. They understood that the battlefield was not just in Vietnam, but in the minds of the American public. Each body bag flown home was another strike against Washington's will to continue. Each march on the National Mall was another victory for the North. The war was becoming not just a military struggle, but a political one. By the late 1960s, even American leaders began to question the path forward. Lyndon Johnson, haunted by the war's toll, announced he would not seek re-election. Richard Nixon inherited the conflict, promising peace with honor. Yet under Nixon, the war spread into Cambodia and Laos, the bombing campaigns expanding, the roar of B-52 Sev shaking the earth, the sky lit with rolling waves of fire. Still, the jungle swallowed the soldiers, the Viet Cong emerged again and again, and the stalemate dragged on. The escalation in Vietnam proved the brutal reality of Cold War strategy. For the United States, it was not only about Vietnam itself, but about credibility. If Washington abandoned South Vietnam, would its allies elsewhere trust its promises of protection? For the Soviet Union and China, supporting Hanoi was not just about ideology, but about bleeding America, tying it down in a costly, unpopular war. Vietnam became the arena where the superpowers clashed indirectly, and millions of Vietnamese paid the price. By the early 1970s, the war was grinding toward exhaustion. The soldiers grew weary, the families at home grew bitter, and the politicians searched for an exit. But the cost had already been staggering. Millions of Vietnamese were dead, tens of thousands of Americans were lost, and entire landscapes were scarred forever. And even when the fighting eventually ended, the shadows of Vietnam would haunt both America and the Cold War for decades. Because while the Jungle War dragged on, elsewhere the Cold War was shifting again. In the skies above the Earth, the superpowers competed for dominance in a new frontier space. And soon the race to the moon would become the next stage in this global struggle, a battle not of jungles and rifles, but of rockets, astronauts, and dreams. October 4th, 1957. Across the dark evening skies of the Soviet Union, a tiny object, the size of a beach ball, streaks into orbit. It beeps steadily, its signal echoing down to Earth like the heartbeat of a new era. That object is Sputnik, the world's first artificial satellite. For the first time in history, humanity has placed something beyond the atmosphere. The Soviet Union has won the opening move of a competition no one can afford to lose. On the ground, Soviet citizens cheer, their radios crackling with the high-pitched signal as proof of their nation's triumph. But across the ocean, in the United States, the sound of Sputnik is not one of celebration. It is one of alarm. For Americans, the night sky suddenly feels hostile. Families stand in their yards, craning their necks to glimpse the faint dot crossing overhead, whispering to each other in awe and fear. Newspapers scream the headline, "Soviets launch satellite." Senators pound their podiums, warning that if Moscow can put a satellite in orbit, it can also put nuclear warheads into space. The Cold War has climbed out of the trenches and risen into the heavens. Technology, prestige, and power are now measured not only on Earth, but beyond it. The Soviet victory is not accidental. For years, Soviet scientists had labored under intense pressure, racing to outdo the West. Engineers worked through the nights, the smell of machine oil and welding sparks clinging to their clothes. Factories churned with the thunder of assembly lines. When Sputnik finally roared skyward on a modified R-7 rocket, the world shifted. The message was clear. The Soviets were not just equal to the United States, they were ahead. The shock in Washington is immediate and profound. Schools across America scramble to strengthen their science and math education. Congress pours billions of dollars into research, creating NASA in 1958. Laboratories hum with activity, the sharp scent of chemicals filling the rooms as young engineers draw blueprints, their pencils scratching frantically over the paper. American pride has been wounded, and the determination to respond burns hotter with every passing day. But Moscow is not finished. Less than 4 years later, on April 12, 1961, the Soviets strike again with an achievement so breathtaking it stuns the globe. A Vostok rocket lifts off from the Baikonur Cosmodrome, fire and smoke billowing across the Kazakh steppe. Inside is a 27-year-old pilot named Yuri Gagarin. His capsule rattles and groans as it pierces the atmosphere. Then, silence, weightlessness, the Earth curving below him like a blue jewel. Gagarin encircles the planet once, his voice calm as he radios, "I see Earth. It is so beautiful." When he lands safely, the Soviet Union declares him a hero of the people. Posters of his smiling face adorn walls from Moscow to Beijing. Crowds fill Red Square, cheering his name. The first man in space is not American, but Soviet. In living rooms across the United States, the realization stings like a wound. The space race is no longer abstract. It is personal, and the Americans are losing. President John F. Kennedy, barely 4 months into his office, understands the stakes. He addresses Congress in May 1961. His words firm, echoing through the chamber. "I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth. It is an audacious promise. No human has even orbited the Earth for more than a few hours, and Kennedy is pledging to send men nearly 250,000 miles away. But his message is clear. America will not settle for second place." NASA launches the Apollo program, and the effort becomes a national obsession. Across Florida, the Kennedy Space Center rises from the swamp and scrub, its concrete pads reeking of fresh cement, its giant vehicle assembly building looming like a monument to ambition. Engineers work endless hours, their hands stained with grease, their eyes bloodshot from sleepless nights. Astronauts train relentlessly, tumbling in water tanks, strapped into simulators that hurl them in dizzying spins. The risk is palpable. Rockets explode on the launch pads, fireballs lighting up the night sky. 3 astronauts die in the Apollo 1 fire, their screams trapped in a capsule consumed by flames. Yet the program continues, each setback fueling determination rather than fear. Meanwhile, the Soviets push their own limits. They send the first woman into space, Valentina Tereshkova, in 1963. They achieve the first spacewalk in 1965, with Alexei Leonov floating outside his capsule, his breath loud in his helmet as the vast blackness of space engulfs him. But behind their achievements, Soviet technology begins to falter. Their rockets prove unreliable, their lunar program plagued by disasters hidden from the world. The competition is still fierce, but the balance is shifting. By July 1969, the moment arrives. Apollo 11, carrying Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins, thunders off the pad at Cape Kennedy. The roar of the Saturn V shakes the Earth, windows rattling for miles. The smell of burning kerosene and liquid oxygen floods the air. Millions watch live on television, their breath held, their eyes fixed on the flickering screens. The journey takes 3 days, the capsule drifting through the silence of space, its crew guided by computers less powerful than a modern calculator. On July 20th, Armstrong descends the ladder of the lunar module, his boots crunching into the grey dust, fine as powder, clinging to every surface. His voice, transmitted across 250,000 miles, echoes into history. That's one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind. The world cheers. In the streets of New York, strangers embrace. In villages across Africa and Asia, radios buzz with the celebration. Humanity has walked on another world. The United States has claimed victory in the greatest race of all. The propaganda impact is enormous. For the Soviets, the triumphs of Sputnik and Gagarin had proven their system's strength. For the Americans, Apollo 11 reasserts their dominance, demonstrating that democracy and capitalism can achieve what communism cannot. The images of the astronauts on the moon, the stars and stripes planted in the alien soil, become symbols of national pride, replayed endlessly in classrooms and on television broadcasts. Yet, beneath the triumph lies a deeper truth. The space race was never just about exploration. It was about weapons, about rockets that could carry not only men to the moon, but also warheads across continents. Every launch, every test, was also a rehearsal for nuclear delivery. Space became the theater, where technology and ideology fused, where prestige meant power and propaganda meant survival. Still, the space race had unintended consequences. Out of the competition came progress. Satellites that once served propaganda soon carried weather data, global communications, and navigation signals. The very rockets designed to deliver destruction instead delivered exploration. Children who watched the moon landing grew up dreaming of science, of engineering, of futures beyond Earth. In the midst of fear, a spark of inspiration spread. But even as the astronauts returned to parades and medals, the Cold War continued below. Vietnam burned, nuclear stockpiles grew, and Berlin remained divided by concrete and barbed wire. The heavens had given humanity glory, but the earth still trembled with rivalry. And soon, the brief sense of optimism born from Apollo's triumph would fade, replaced by new crises on the ground, oil shocks, proxy wars, and the grinding reality of détente. February 21st, 1972. The cold Beijing air hangs heavy with coal smoke as the door of Air Force One creaks open. Out steps Richard Nixon, the American president who built his career railing against communism, the man once known as a fierce cold warrior. Cameras click furiously. Chinese officials stand in stiff lines, their faces unreadable. Across the world, millions hold their breath. The unimaginable is happening. The leader of the United States has set foot in the People's Republic of China. For decades, the very idea seemed impossible. Since Mao Zedong's revolution in 1949, Washington had treated Beijing as a pariah. The United States recognized Taiwan as the real China and refused even basic contact with Mao's government. The two nations had fought on opposite sides of the Korean War, their soldiers spilling blood on the same battlefields. American newspapers described China as a closed, fanatical society. Chinese propaganda painted the United States as an imperialist aggressor. A wall of silence and hostility separated them, as unyielding as the Great Wall itself. But by the late 1960s, the Cold War's balance was shifting. Relations between China and the Soviet Union had soured. The two communist giants, who had once stood shoulder to shoulder, were now bitter rivals. Their border was patrolled by soldiers with their fingers tight on their triggers. Skirmishes erupted along the Ussuri River in 1969, with Soviet tanks facing Chinese troops at point-blank range, their engines rumbling, the air thick with smoke and dust. Mao feared that Moscow, not Washington, posed the greater threat to his revolution. He needed a counterweight. Nixon, for his part, saw an opportunity. The Vietnam War was draining American strength. Protests were shaking cities back home, and the Soviet Union still loomed as a formidable adversary. But what if the Cold War could be reshaped by breaking the stalemate? What if the United States could play China and the Soviet Union against each other, shifting the global balance? To many, it sounded reckless. To Nixon, it was strategy. He famously said, "Only Nixon could go to China, a staunch anti-communist making peace with Mao, with a credibility no liberal president could match." The road to Beijing was paved with secrecy. Back-channel messages, secret trips, whispered signals passed through Pakistan. Henry Kissinger, Nixon's national security advisor, slipped away on a covert journey in 1971, feigning illness while in Pakistan, before vanishing onto a plane bound for China. There, in hushed meetings with Premier Zhou Enlai, the groundwork was laid. When the news finally broke, it stunned the world. The bamboo curtain was opening, and behind it stood a new chapter in Cold War diplomacy. The arrival in Beijing was theater as much as it was politics. Nixon walked down the red carpet, his shoes clicking on the stone, his breath visible in the February chill. Zhou Enlai extended his hand, a gesture heavy with history. Nearly 20 years earlier, American officials had refused to shake Zhou's hand at Geneva. Nixon grasped it firmly, the cameras capturing a moment that symbolized the thawing of decades of frost. For ordinary Americans watching at home, the images were surreal. The US president standing under portraits of Mao, toasts being raised in the Great Hall of the People, red flags fluttering in the winter wind. Inside the meetings, the atmosphere was tense, but pragmatic. Mao, ill and frail, met with Nixon briefly, his study cluttered with books, the smell of tobacco heavy in the air. He spoke little, leaving most of the negotiation to Zhou. The talks ranged across thorny issues: Taiwan, Vietnam, trade, and the broader Cold War. The Americans insisted they would maintain their ties with Taiwan, but hinted at gradual changes. The Chinese pressed their claim to be the sole legitimate government of China. Both sides circled carefully, testing limits, trading reassurances. Yet, beyond the bargaining, something deeper was happening. Both Nixon and Mao understood that symbolism mattered as much as substance. The sight of Nixon touring the Great Wall, his coat collar turned up against the icy wind, said what words could not. The United States and China, once bitter enemies, were now opening a dialogue. The clinking of glasses at the banquets, the flash of cameras as Nixon waved to the crowds, the hum of translators repeating every phrase, these sounds carried more weight than any signed document. For Americans, the trip reshaped their perceptions. The television broadcasts revealed a China that few had imagined: school children practicing gymnastics, workers in factories, dancers performing elaborate routines. The red banners and Mao portraits remained, but so too did the faces of ordinary people, curious, even friendly. The enemy became human. For Chinese citizens, seeing the American president being honored by their leaders was proof of their nation's rising stature. After years of isolation, China was stepping onto the world stage. The immediate results were subtle but significant. The Shanghai Communiqué, issued at the end of the visit, did not resolve all the disputes. The United States still backed Taiwan, and China still condemned the American military presence in Asia. But the communiqué acknowledged their differences while pledging cooperation where possible. It was a carefully crafted statement, filled with diplomatic ambiguity, yet it marked the beginning of a new relationship. The shockwaves were global. In Moscow, the Kremlin seethed. The Soviet Union, already anxious about China's hostility, now faced the nightmare of an American-Chinese rapprochement. The triangular diplomacy shifted the Cold War's geometry. Washington could now maneuver between Moscow and Beijing, exploiting their rivalry. For Nixon, this was not just about China, it was about leverage. The Soviet Union, fearing isolation, soon agreed to new arms control talks with the United States. Détente, a temporary easing of tensions, was born out of Nixon's gamble in Beijing. In Vietnam, the impact was equally profound. North Vietnamese leaders watched nervously as their main ally embraced a dialogue with Washington. Though Beijing assured them of continued support, the image of Nixon and Mao shaking hands sent ripples of doubt through Hanoi. Could they rely on unconditional Chinese backing forever? The balance of power in Southeast Asia suddenly shifted. For Nixon personally, the trip was the pinnacle of his foreign policy career. He basked in the glow of the headlines, the hum of praise, the astonished reactions from allies and critics alike. Even his fiercest opponents admitted the brilliance of the move. The man once known as a rigid anti-communist had become a master of realpolitik, bending ideology to strategy. His smile on Chinese soil hid the weight of the history he had just altered. And yet the moment was fragile. The US-China thaw did not erase their differences. It merely suspended them. The issue of Taiwan remained unresolved. Tension simmered beneath the surface, and mistrust lingered on both sides. The images were powerful, but the future was uncertain. The Great Hall banquets ended, the toasts faded, and Nixon boarded Air Force One back to Washington, carrying with him both triumph and doubt. Still, the visit had changed the Cold War irreversibly. It had cracked the rigid lines of the bipolar world, proving that even the fiercest of enemies could find common ground when necessity demanded it. The sound of Nixon's footsteps on the stone pavements of Beijing echoed far beyond China. It echoed in Moscow, in Hanoi, in capitals across the globe. It was proof that diplomacy could be as dramatic as any battlefield. But even as Nixon was reshaping the Cold War abroad, storms were gathering at home. Scandals were being whispered through the corridors of Washington, burglars had broken into offices at the Watergate complex, and soon the president who had gone to China would face a downfall as spectacular as his triumphs. The next chapter of the Cold War would not be written in Beijing or Moscow, but in the Oval Office itself. May 22nd, 1972. The streets of Moscow are eerily quiet as a black limousine glides through the rain-slicked boulevards. Behind the tinted glass sits Richard Nixon, the first American president ever to visit the Soviet Union. Crowds watch silently from the sidewalks, their faces expressionless, as if afraid to betray any emotion. In the Kremlin, chandeliers glitter above the polished floors, and the Soviet leader, Leonid Brezhnev, waits, his jaw set, his eyes sharp. When Nixon enters the room, The two men clasp hands for the cameras. For a brief, astonishing moment, two cold warriors who had once hurled threats across the oceans now smile for the world. But beneath the formal greetings lies the reality. Both sides still hold thousands of nuclear warheads, enough to incinerate the planet. And yet, here they are, daring to talk of peace. The idea of détente, a relaxation of tensions, was born not out of trust, but out of exhaustion. The United States was bleeding in Vietnam. The Soviet Union was choking under the weight of its military budget, its factories straining, its people standing in breadlines. Both superpowers were locked in a race that seemed endless, each missile answered by another, each bomber mirrored by its rival. The fear was constant. One miscalculation, one false radar blip could end civilization. Détente was not idealism. It was survival. At the heart of this uneasy thaw lay the question of arms control. By the late 1960s, both the US and the USSR had built vast arsenals of intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs. These rockets, taller than apartment buildings, could deliver nuclear warheads across continents in minutes. Imagine a bow and arrow so powerful it could shoot from Moscow to New York in under 30 minutes. That was the world the superpowers lived in. But how many arrows were enough? 100? 1,000? Both sides knew the answer. No number could ever make them safe. The first serious effort to limit this madness came with the Strategic Arms Limitation Talks, SALT. After years of secret exchanges and delicate maneuvering, Nixon and Brezhnev signed SALT-I in 1972. The treaty capped the number of certain strategic missiles and limited the construction of anti-ballistic missile ABM systems, which were designed to shoot down incoming nukes. The logic was brutal but simple. If both sides knew they could not defend against a retaliatory strike, then neither would dare to strike first. Mutual destruction, once terrifying, became the guarantee of peace. In the Kremlin's ornate halls, the ink dried on the SALT agreements as translators repeated every word, their voices echoing in the high-ceilinged rooms. Outside, Soviet citizens saw the images in the newspapers, Brezhnev and Nixon, pens in hand, smiling stiffly. For Americans, the television broadcast showed something equally stunning, their president walking arm in arm with the leader of the communist world. The smell of ink, the flash of cameras, the murmurs of aides shuffling papers, these small sounds and scents marked a milestone in Cold War history. Yet détente was always fragile. Even as the leaders toasted one another at banquets, the arms race continued in other forms. New weapon systems were designed. Submarines prowled silently under the oceans, their decks slick with salt spray, carrying missiles in their watertight silos. Strategic bombers flew long routes, the drone of their engines reminding the world of what remained at stake. SALT was not disarmament. It was a pause button pressed on a runaway machine, not a guarantee that the machine would stop. Still, the 1970s brought moments of hope. Diplomats gathered in Helsinki, Finland, in 1975, where 35 nations signed the Helsinki Accords. Under the glittering chandeliers of Finlandia Hall, the leaders pledged to respect borders, increase economic cooperation, and, most controversially for the Soviets, acknowledge human rights. For Brezhnev, the Accords legitimized Soviet control over Eastern Europe. For the West, the human rights clauses became a weapon, a promise to the dissidents trapped behind the Iron Curtain that their struggle was recognized. Inside Eastern Europe, whispers of Helsinki spread quietly. In Polish churches, priests spoke carefully about the right to religious freedom. In Czechoslovakian apartments, dissidents tapped out manifestos on their typewriters. The ink smudging on the thin paper, the smell of carbon copies lingering. They knew the Soviets would not honor every clause, but they also knew the words were written down, signed, and could not be erased. In Moscow, dissident groups like the Helsinki Watch Committees emerged, using the Kremlin's own promises against it. Détente had given them leverage, however small, against a system built on silence. For ordinary people in the West, Détente brought glimpses of change. American tourists wandered through Red Square, snapping photos under Lenin's tomb, the smell of gasoline and exhaust from the Soviet cars hanging in the air. Cultural exchanges flourished. Ballet dancers from Moscow performed in New York, their leaps and spins mesmerizing the audiences. American jazz bands played in the smoky clubs of Leningrad, the clash of saxophones and trumpets filling the night. For a brief time, it seemed the Cold War's ice might actually melt, but underneath the surface the mistrust never faded. Hawks in Washington warned that détente was appeasement, that the Soviets were gaining strength while America relaxed. In Moscow, hardliners grumbled that the West was using détente to infiltrate Soviet society with dangerous ideas. The ink on salt I was hardly dry when both sides began exploring new weapons, multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles, or MIR-Vs. These were missiles that carried not one warhead, but many, splitting apart in the sky to strike several cities at once. If ICBMs were arrows, MIR-Vs were shotguns, spreading destruction in every direction. Arms control suddenly looked like a cruel illusion. And then came the reality check. While the leaders shook hands in Helsinki, proxy wars continued. The Middle East erupted in the Yom Kippur War of 1973. Africa became a battleground as Soviet and American allies clashed in Angola and Ethiopia. Vietnam smoldered until 1975, when Saigon fell and helicopters lifted desperate evacuees from the rooftops. For the superpowers, détente was a pause in direct confrontation, not an end to the rivalry. The world still burned at the edges. By the late 1970s, the cracks in détente had widened. The United States reeled from Watergate, with Nixon resigning in disgrace, his reputation destroyed even as his foreign policy triumphs endured. Brezhnev, aging and infirm, presided over a Soviet system that was stagnating under corruption and inefficiency. The dream of a permanent relaxation gave way to suspicion once again. In 1979, a new arms agreement, SALT II, was signed by Brezhnev and Jimmy Carter. But before the ink could dry, Soviet tanks rolled into Afghanistan, the roar of their engines shaking the cobblestone streets, the smell of diesel choking the air. Overnight, détente shattered. The Senate refused to ratify the treaty. The old hostility roared back, fiercer than before. And so détente, born of exhaustion and sustained by fragile agreements, ended in flames. For a few brief years, the world had stepped back from the edge. Americans and Soviets had spoken face to face, had agreed to limits, had raised toasts together. But the mistrust that had defined the Cold War never truly disappeared. It had merely been sleeping, waiting, because as the 1980s dawned, a new chapter was beginning, one of renewed confrontation, fiery rhetoric, and an arms race more dangerous than ever. A new president in Washington would soon call the Soviet Union an evil empire, and the uneasy relaxation of détente would give way to a storm. September 11th, 1973, Santiago, Chile. The morning sky fills with the deafening roar of fighter jets as they swoop low over the capital. Their bombs tear into La Moneda Palace, flames and smoke pouring into the air, the acrid stench of burning stone and wood spreading across the city. Inside, President Salvador Allende refuses to surrender. wearing a helmet and clutching an AK-47, a gift from Fidel Castro. He broadcasts his final speech, his voice crackling through the radios across Chile. Minutes later, the palace collapses in fire. Allende is dead. By the day's end, General Augusto Pinochet has seized power. In the streets, tanks roll, and soldiers drag civilians into stadiums that have been turned into prisons. Across the world, the shockwaves spread. Another Cold War battle has been fought, not in Europe, not in Asia, but in the heart of Latin America. This was the Cold War in the Third World, a struggle waged not only with missiles and treaties, but with coups, revolutions, and proxy wars that stretched from South America to Africa to Asia. For the superpowers, these regions were battlegrounds of ideology, test fields where communism and capitalism clashed in the lives of ordinary people. For Washington and Moscow, it was a game of influence. For the people caught in between, it was about survival. Chile's tragedy was only one chapter. In the late 1960s and early 70s, the United States grew fearful of left-wing movements gaining ground in its own hemisphere. Allende, democratically elected, had promised socialist reforms, nationalizing copper mines, redistributing land, and strengthening ties with Cuba. To many Chileans, it was a message of hope. To Washington, it was a danger. The CIA funneled millions of dollars into destabilizing Allende's government. Strikes were funded, newspapers spread propaganda, and political opponents received quiet support. When the military struck in 1973, the coup was not entirely homegrown. It was a Cold War operation with fingerprints in both Santiago and Washington. Thousands of Chileans paid the price. Families huddled in fear as soldiers knocked on their doors in the middle of the night. Prisoners were blindfolded, beaten, and executed. The smell of gunpowder lingered in the stadiums where the bodies lay. Mothers clutched photos of the disappeared, their tears staining the black and white portraits. Pinochet's regime would rule with an iron fist for nearly 2 decades, supported by the United States as a bulwark against communism. For Washington, it was a victory. For Chile, it was a trauma. Far across the Atlantic, another battlefield was burning. Angola, 1975. Portuguese colonial rule had collapsed, leaving behind a power vacuum. 3 rival factions vied for control. The MPLA, Marxist in its ideology, received Soviet weapons and Cuban troops. The FNLA and UNITA, more aligned with the West, were armed and funded by the United States and South Africa. What should have been a struggle for national independence became another Cold War proxy war. The Angolan countryside became a chessboard littered with blood. Cuban soldiers, sweating in the tropical heat, trudged through the jungles, their boots sinking into the mud, their rifles gleaming with humidity. Soviet advisors mapped out their strategies in smoky rooms, the chalk squeaking on the blackboards. On the other side, South African troops rumbled north in their armored vehicles, the diesel fumes choking the villages as they passed. American money flowed in, with weapons arriving in crates, marked with false names. For the people of Angola, the war meant famine, burned fields and villages reduced to rubble. For the superpowers, it was another move in the global game. Proxy wars spread everywhere. In Ethiopia, the Soviets and Cubans supported Mengistu Haile Mariam's brutal regime, while the United States turned elsewhere in the Horn of Africa. In Afghanistan, rival factions clashed long before the Soviet invasion, with both Washington and Moscow seeking an advantage. In Central America, El Salvador and Nicaragua erupted in violence, with left-wing insurgents fighting against US-backed governments and death squads leaving bodies in ditches, the metallic smell of blood staining the marketplaces. Each conflict had its own local roots. colonialism, poverty, inequality, corruption. But in the lens of the Cold War, they were simplified into black and white, communist versus capitalist, freedom versus tyranny. The nuance of the local struggles was erased by ideology. For the villagers in Angola or the farmers in Chile, the rhetoric meant little. What mattered was whether their homes would survive the next raid, whether their children would eat that night, whether they would live to see the morning. For Cuba, the Third World became its battlefield of choice. Fidel Castro, emboldened by his revolution, sent troops to Angola, Ethiopia, and beyond, presenting himself as the champion of anti-imperialism. Cuban soldiers, often young men barely out of their teens, found themselves in distant lands, fighting wars they barely understood. Their letters home spoke of loneliness, of the heat, of the strange landscapes. Yet their presence turned small wars into global flashpoints, proof that even tiny nations could tip the balance of the Cold War. The Soviet Union saw an opportunity in every uprising. Crates of rifles and rockets were shipped across the oceans. Advisors flew in, their briefcases stuffed with maps and manuals. Moscow presented itself as the friend of liberation movements, but in truth it sought influence and leverage. The United States mirrored this strategy. CIA operatives slipped into the jungles, their suits traded for fatigues, their briefcases for radios. They armed militias, trained rebels, and spread cash like seeds, hoping to grow alliances that would last. The cost was staggering. Millions died in wars that were not truly theirs. Families fled across borders, carrying only what they could hold. Refugee camps filled with the smell of sweat, smoke, and hunger. Children grew up knowing only war. The Cold War superpowers measured their success in statistics and speeches. The people on the ground measured it in graves. Chile and Angola were not unique. In Indonesia, a bloody purge in 1965 killed hundreds of thousands of suspected communist sympathizers with the quiet support of the United States. In the Congo, the charismatic leader Patrice Lumumba was assassinated in 1961, his body dissolved in acid while the CIA looked the other way. In Iran, in Guatemala, in countless corners of the globe, coups and interventions reshaped nations, leaving scars that lingered long after the Cold War itself had ended. And yet, these battles in the Third World were not just side stories. They were central to the logic of the Cold War. Neither Washington nor Moscow wanted a direct war with each other. The risk of nuclear annihilation was too great. So, they fought indirectly through smaller nations, fueling wars that burned hot but never reached a global ignition. Proxy wars became the escape valve of the Cold War, a way to wage conflict without triggering the apocalypse. By the late 1970s, the pattern was unmistakable. Wherever instability erupted, the superpowers intervened, sometimes with soldiers, often with money, always with ideology. For the leaders in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, accepting aid from one side meant risk. Refusing aid meant isolation. Many tried to play both ends against the middle, joining the non-aligned movement, insisting they would not be pawns. But even those nations were not immune. The shadow of Washington and Moscow stretched long. The Cold War in the Third World left a legacy that outlasted the Cold War itself. Military hunters, corruption, endless cycles of violence, seeds that were planted in the 1960s and 70s and still sprout today. For the superpowers, it was a strategy. For the people who lived through it, it was life and death. But the most dangerous of these proxy wars was still to come. In the mountains of Afghanistan, the Soviet Union would launch a full-scale invasion in 1979, dragging itself into a quagmire that would bleed its strength and shake the Cold War to its core. The Third World would once again become the center of the struggle, And this time, it would not just be a proxy fight, it would be a war that helped to decide the fate of the Soviet Empire itself. October 6, 1973. It is Yom Kippur, the holiest day in the Jewish calendar. Across Israel, families gather in silence, synagogues are filled with prayers, and the streets are unusually still. Then, the air shatters. Sirens wail, the roar of jets screams overhead, and artillery shells thunder across the desert. Egyptian and Syrian forces launch a surprise attack, their troops surging across the Suez Canal and the Golan Heights. Israel, caught off guard, scrambles to respond. The Yom Kippur War has begun, and within hours it will pull not just the Middle East, but the Cold War's two superpowers into a crisis that could ignite far beyond the desert sands. Egyptian troops in rubber boats paddle furiously across the Suez, the smell of diesel from their engines mixing with the cordite from their covering artillery fire. Their boots hit the eastern bank as they raise ladders against the towering sand berms built by the Israelis. Flamethrowers scorch the defensive bunkers, smoke rising into the sky. For the first time since the humiliation of the Six-Day War in 1967, Arab forces are pushing forward with momentum. On the Golan Heights, Syrian tanks crest the ridgelines, their engines growling as they descend into the Israeli positions. Soldiers on both sides describe the scene as chaos, sand whipping into their eyes, their ears ringing from the explosions, the taste of dust and fear heavy in every breath. In the first days, Israel reels. Its army is fierce, but the timing of the attack during a religious fast, with many soldiers at home on leave, leaves it scrambling. Reserve units are called up. Families watch as fathers and sons rush out of the synagogues, their prayers unfinished, to don their uniforms and grab their rifles. Commanders shout orders into their radios, their voices cracking with urgency. The initial Arab advances rattle Israeli confidence. For Prime Minister Golda Meir, the danger is clear. The state itself is under threat. But Israel adapts quickly. Within days, the counterattacks begin. On the Golan, Israeli tanks slam into the Syrian armor, the ground shaking as metal clashes against metal, smoke plumes rising like black pillars across the ridges. Pilots climb into their cockpits, still smelling of sweat and oil, their hands trembling as they launch into the skies to strike the advancing forces. The tide begins to turn. By mid-October, Israeli units have not only halted the Egyptian advance, but are also crossing the Suez Canal themselves, threatening Cairo. What might have remained a regional war instantly becomes a global flashpoint because of who is supplying the weapons. The Egyptian and Syrian armies are armed with Soviet missiles, tanks, and advisors. The Israeli forces fight with American jets, American shells, and American intelligence. Every battle on the ground echoes in Washington and Moscow. As the Israeli tanks push deeper into Egypt, Brezhnev grows alarmed. He threatens direct Soviet intervention if Israel does not pull back. In Washington, Henry Kissinger, the architect of Nixon's foreign policy, warns that any Soviet move will be met with American force. The nuclear alert levels rise. For a moment, the Middle East threatens to become the trigger for World War III. Then diplomacy takes center stage. Shuttle diplomacy, they call it. Kissinger boards planes, flying from Tel Aviv to Cairo to Damascus, his suitcase heavy with maps, his clothes wrinkled with sweat from the endless flights. He bargains, cajoles, and threatens in the smoke-filled offices. He scribbles notes in the margins of the communiques, his glasses sliding down his nose. Slowly, painfully, ceasefires are negotiated, broken and renegotiated again. Finally, the guns fall silent. The Yom Kippur War ends, but its shockwaves ripple far beyond the battlefield. The Arab states, furious at US support for Israel, turned to a weapon more powerful than any tank or jet oil. The Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, led by Arab producers, announces an embargo against the nations that supported Israel. Tankers are slowed and production is cut. The world economy, already fragile, is thrown into chaos. In the United States, lines form at gas stations, with cars stretching for blocks, their engines idling, tempers flaring. The smell of gasoline hangs heavy as drivers wait for hours to fill their tanks. Prices soar. Families postpone their vacations, thermostats are turned down, factories slow their production. In Europe and Japan, the energy shortages cripple their industries. The oil shock becomes a global crisis, reminding the world that Cold War power is not just measured in missiles and armies, but in barrels of crude and the hands that control them. The embargo is more than just an economic punishment. It is a political leverage. Arab leaders demand recognition of Palestinian rights, a withdrawal from the occupied territories, and pressure on Israel. Suddenly, oil, the lifeblood of industrial economies, is tied directly to the Middle East conflict. Washington scrambles to adjust. Nixon's administration, battered by Watergate at home, now faces an energy crisis that undercuts its strength abroad. Ordinary Americans feel the Cold War in the price of their groceries, the heat of their homes, the hum of their cars. For the Soviets, the war and the oil crisis are both an opportunity and a risk. They gain prestige in the Arab world, seen as the supplier of the weapons that had bloodied Israel, but they also fear an escalation, knowing that a direct confrontation with the United States could ignite a nuclear exchange. Soviet ships move cautiously through the Mediterranean, their decks creaking under the weight of their supplies, their diplomats whispering in Arab capitals, promising more aid. Yet even Moscow cannot control the new weapon that has been unleashed, oil as a geopolitical tool. The Yom Kippur War reshapes alliances. Egypt, despite fighting with Soviet weapons, begins to drift toward the United States. President Anwar Sadat recognizes that Moscow cannot deliver what Cairo needs most, the return of its land and recognition from the West. Within a few years, Sadat will stand with an American president and sign a peace treaty with Israel. Syria, by contrast, clings tightly to the Soviet embrace. The Middle East becomes another chessboard, with Washington and Moscow vying for influence in every capital, every oil well, every battlefield. For the ordinary soldiers, the war leaves scars. Israeli tank crews describe the smell of burning rubber and flesh as the Syrian missiles tore through the steel. Egyptian infantry remembered the shock of the Israeli counterattacks, the sudden thunder of artillery flattening the positions they thought were secure. Syrian families buried their sons in crowded cemeteries, while Israeli mothers clutched telegrams with their trembling hands. For them, the Cold War was not abstract. It was loss, grief, and memories that would never fade. Economically, the oil shock lingers. Inflation surges, factories close, and Western leaders, once confident of endless growth, suddenly face their limits. The hum of the assembly lines quiets, replaced by silence. Politicians speak of conservation, of alternatives, of vulnerability. Energy policy becomes as critical as foreign policy. The oil weapon has been unsheathed, and it will never be forgotten. For the United States, the lesson is sobering. Military might could not prevent the Arab embargo. Diplomatic skill could not erase its dependence on Middle Eastern oil. The superpower learns it is vulnerable in ways it had never imagined. For the Soviet Union, the lesson is different. Influence in the Third World, in the oil-rich regions, can reshape the global balance just as much as missiles in their silos. The Yom Kippur War, and the oil shock together reveal the fragile web of Cold War reality. The battlefield is not just Berlin or Vietnam or Cuba. It is the deserts of the Sinai, the cities of Europe waiting for oil deliveries, the gas stations of America where tempers flare and patience wears thin. Power is no longer just about ideology. It is about survival in a world tied together by energy, trade, and fear. And yet, even as the guns fall silent in the Middle East, new fires are already smoldering elsewhere. In Africa, in Asia, in Central America, revolutions and civil wars are waiting for fuel, for weapons, for the attention of Washington or Moscow. The oil shock has proven that one region can shake the world, and soon another region, Afghanistan, will explode into a conflict that will draw the Soviet Union into its own quagmire, reshaping the Cold War yet again. December 24th, 1979. Snow falls lightly over Kabul, settling on the rooftops and mountain ridges, giving the Afghan capital a deceptive calm. Then, without warning, Soviet paratroopers descend from the night sky, their boots crunching into the snow, their rifles at the ready, the engines of the transport planes still roaring above. Tanks rumble through the streets, their treads leaving deep scars in the frost. At the presidential palace, gunfire erupts. Within hours, Afghanistan's leader, Hafizullah Amin, lies dead, executed by Soviet commandos. Moscow has launched a full-scale invasion. What began as a limited intervention quickly becomes one of the most disastrous wars in modern history, the Soviet Union's Vietnam. The Kremlin had convinced itself it was acting to stabilize a neighbor. Afghanistan's communist government, installed after a bloody coup in 1978, was collapsing under its own brutality and incompetence. Its policies forced collectivization, suppression of religion, purges of opponents, had enraged the villagers and tribal leaders. Revolts had spread like wildfire through the countryside, fueled by Islamic tradition and resentment of outside interference. For Brezhnev and the Soviet Politburo, the fear was clear: Afghanistan might fall into chaos, and with it, Soviet influence on its southern border. Worse, the United States and China might exploit the instability. Their solution was intervention. Their mistake was assuming Afghanistan could be controlled. The first Soviet troops marched in with confidence, their convoy stretching for miles, their engines coughing black smoke, the soldiers peering from their armored vehicles. They expected resistance, but not a prolonged war. Within weeks, more than 80,000 Soviet troops occupied the country, seizing the airports, highways, and cities. In Kabul, the air grew heavy with the smell of diesel and dust, the sound of helicopters chopping overhead. Red flags flew from the government buildings, guarded by Soviet soldiers in their heavy coats, their breath steaming in the winter air. But outside the cities, the mountains belonged to the Mujahideen. These Afghan fighters, drawn from the tribes and villages, knew the terrain like their own heartbeat. They moved silently through the snow and rock, their sandals crunching on the gravel, their rifles slung across their backs. To them, the Soviets were not liberators, but invaders. Another foreign empire, trying to conquer Afghanistan, just as the British had failed a century earlier. They struck quickly and vanished, blending into the villages, where families offered them shelter, food, and prayers. For every Soviet patrol, the mountains whispered of danger. The Soviet army was trained for mechanized warfare, for vast tank battles on the European plains, not for ambushes in narrow valleys or hit-and-run attacks from cave networks. The soldiers trudged through the icy passes, their heavy boots sinking into the snow, the sweat freezing on their brows. Convoys carrying supplies were picked off by roadside bombs or sniper fire. The helicopters, once symbols of Soviet dominance, became targets for the Mujahideen, who were armed with increasingly lethal weapons. Every step forward brought casualties, every outpost isolated in a hostile sea. Meanwhile, Washington saw an opportunity to bleed the Soviet Union. The United States poured its support into the Afghan resistance. Through Pakistan's intelligence services, the CIA funneled billions of dollars in weapons, training, and supplies. Rifles, ammunition, and explosives crossed the border in endless caravans. By the mid-1980s, the Americans were supplying Stinger missiles, portable launchers that could lock onto the heat signatures of the aircraft. For the Mujahideen fighters crouching in the dusty hills, the hiss of a missile launch, followed by the fiery crash of a Soviet helicopter, became proof that David could strike Goliath. The once invincible Soviet air power was now vulnerable, and the morale of the Afghan fighters soared. For the Soviet soldiers, the war became a nightmare. Young conscripts from Moscow or Kiev found themselves in a foreign land they barely understood, surrounded by a people who spoke an unfamiliar language and who viewed them with suspicion or hatred. Their letters home, smudged with dirt and sweat, spoke of loneliness, of fear, of their comrades lost. The soldiers wrote of the smell of blood mingled with gunpowder, of the exhaustion of the endless patrols, of the hollow feeling of fighting an enemy who seemed invisible. Many turned to drugs, dulling the pain with hashish. Others grew hardened, their eyes empty, their youth consumed by a war with no clear goal. The Afghan civilians bore the heaviest burden. Villages were burned as Soviet bombers carpeted the valleys suspected of harboring the rebels. Families fled into the mountains, carrying their children wrapped in blankets against the cold. Refugee camps swelled across the Pakistani border, with tents stretching endlessly, the air thick with the smoke from the cooking fires and the cries of hungry children. By the end of the war, more than 5 million Afghans were displaced, and nearly 2 million were dead. The land itself became scarred, the fields cratered by bombs, the orchards flattened, the roads littered with mines that would maim children for decades to come. Inside the Kremlin, the war, which had begun as a confident gamble, soon turned into a bitter trap. Brezhnev had expected a quick stabilization, a show of strength. Instead, the Politburo faced mounting casualties and international condemnation. The United Nations condemned the invasion. The Western nations boycotted the 1980 Moscow Olympics. The stadiums half empty as the athletes stayed away in protest. The war isolated the Soviet Union, branding it as an aggressor even as it struggled to maintain the illusion of control. The Soviet leadership insisted that victory was possible. They deployed nearly 120,000 troops, poured billions of dollars into the war effort, and installed a puppet government in Kabul. Yet the Mujahideen kept fighting, their determination unbroken. Every Soviet success was temporary, every offensive followed by a retreat. The villages were rebuilt, the fighters regrouped, and the ambushes struck again. The cycle never ended. The war ground on year after year, a slow bleed of men, money, and morale. The parallels to America's own Vietnam were unmistakable. Just as US soldiers had once slogged through the jungles, chasing an elusive enemy supported by external powers, now Soviet troops trudged through the Afghan mountains, haunted by the same futility. Both wars had begun with confidence and ended in despair. Both wars had drained the superpowers, eroded trust at home, and exposed the limits of military might against an insurgent's determination. By the mid-1980s, the toll was undeniable. Soviet mothers gathered at the train stations, waiting for the zinc coffins carrying their sons home. The official press downplayed the casualties, but the rumors spread whispers of a war that could not be won. The soldiers who returned alive carried scars, both physical and invisible. In the factories and villages, Ordinary Soviets began to question why their nation was spilling its blood in a faraway land. The war that was meant to secure the Soviet Union's borders instead eroded its foundations. Mikhail Gorbachev, who rose to power in 1985, inherited the quagmire. He called Afghanistan a bleeding wound, a conflict that was draining the resources desperately needed at home. While introducing his reforms of Glasnost and Perestroika, he sought desperately for an exit. Negotiations began. The Soviet officials, once defiant, now spoke of a withdrawal. In 1989, after nearly a decade, the last Soviet tanks rumbled across the Friendship Bridge into Uzbekistan, their paint worn, their crews weary, their departure broadcast to a world that knew what it meant. The Soviet Union had lost. The consequences stretched far beyond Afghanistan. The war had crippled the Soviet morale, drained its treasury, and exposed the cracks in an empire that was already straining under economic stagnation. It emboldened the resistance movements across Eastern Europe, who saw the mighty Red Army humbled. It also unleashed forces the superpowers could not control. Among the Mujahideen were fighters who would later evolve into movements that were far more dangerous, armed with the experience, the ideology, and the weapons that had once been supplied by Washington. The Soviet invasion of Afghanistan was more than a failed war. It was the beginning of the end for the Soviet Union itself. Like Vietnam for the United States, Afghanistan had become a mirror, reflecting the limits of power, the arrogance of intervention, and the price of underestimating a people's will to resist. But while the Soviet tanks rolled home, leaving ruins and grief behind, the Cold War itself did not end. The defeat in Afghanistan had weakened Moscow, but Washington's resolve was hardening. A new American president was speaking of an evil empire, vowing to confront the Soviets not with détente, but with renewed pressure. The quagmire in Afghanistan had bled one superpower. The next chapter would bring confrontation, escalation, and a Cold War entering its most dangerous phase yet. March 8, 1983. In a packed hall in Orlando, Florida, Ronald Reagan steps up to the podium. His voice, calm yet thunderous, carries across the room as the cameras roll. "Let us be aware," he declares, "that today we are facing an evil empire." His words are sharp, unapologetic, framed not in the cautious tones of détente, but in moral absolutes. To Reagan, the Cold War is not simply a geopolitical struggle. It is a battle between good and evil, freedom and tyranny, light and darkness. For millions listening across America, it feels like a revival of faith in their national strength. For the leaders in Moscow, the phrase is a slap across the face, proof that the United States is abandoning all restraint. The Cold War has entered a new and dangerous phase. Reagan came into office in January 1981 with a vision that stunned his allies and terrified his adversaries. Unlike his predecessors, who had spoken of arms control and détente, Reagan believed the Soviets were not partners to be managed, but adversaries to be confronted. He increased the defense spending to levels not seen since World War II. Factories in America roared to life, producing new fleets of bombers, missiles, and submarines. The smell of oil and steel filled the air in the defense plants, as workers welded the fuselages and assembled the electronics late into the night. For Reagan, America's strength would no longer be questioned. The build-up was staggering. The United States deployed B-1 bombers, designed to fly low and fast under the radar. Trident submarines prowled silently beneath the oceans, carrying ballistic missiles with multiple warheads, each capable of leveling entire cities. On land, Pershing II missiles and ground-launched cruise missiles were stationed in Europe, their range capable of striking deep into Soviet territory within minutes. For the civilians living near the bases in West Germany, the sight of the convoys rumbling through the streets became a routine, the smell of the diesel exhaust a constant reminder that their homes were on the front line of a nuclear war. The strategy behind Reagan's build-up was rooted in pressure. If the Soviet Union was already reeling from economic stagnation, then forcing it to compete in an arms race it could not afford might just break it. Reagan's advisors called it peace through strength. The critics feared it was reckless brinkmanship. To ordinary Americans, it was both frightening and reassuring. The nuclear shadow loomed larger, but so did the sense that their president would not bow. Then, in March 1983, Reagan unveiled a plan that seemed to be pulled from science fiction. In a nationally televised address, he announced the Strategic Defense Initiative (SDI). Its goal was nothing less than to make nuclear weapons impotent and obsolete. Instead of relying solely on the threat of retaliation, Reagan imagined a shield in space, satellites equipped with lasers and interceptors that could shoot down Soviet missiles before they could reach their targets. To the scientists, the plan was wildly ambitious, perhaps impossible. To the Soviets, it was terrifying. If America could truly defend itself against a nuclear attack, the delicate balance of mutually assured destruction would be shattered. Moscow would be left vulnerable, its nuclear arsenal useless. In the Soviet military circles, SDI was nicknamed Star Wars. The generals in Moscow, already haunted by the scale of America's build-up, now envisioned a future where their deterrent was meaningless. Their analysts pored over the diagrams and intelligence reports, the smell of ink and tobacco thick in their offices, trying to calculate whether the Americans could actually achieve it. Even if it was technologically out of reach, the mere possibility forced the Kremlin to consider spending billions it did not have to keep pace. Reagan's rhetoric matched his policies. He painted the Soviet Union not as a rival, but as a moral threat to the world. In his speeches, his words carried the cadence of sermons. He spoke of freedom fighters resisting Soviet-backed regimes in Central America, Africa, and Asia. To him, the Cold War was not confined to Berlin or Washington. It stretched to every corner of the globe. The Reagan Doctrine pledged support for those resisting communism, whether in the mountains of Afghanistan, the jungles of Nicaragua, or the savannas of Angola. Covert aid flowed to the rebels and insurgents, often in secret operations managed by the CIA. For the Soviets, the early 1980s felt like an encirclement. Their economy was sputtering, their Afghan war was dragging into its fourth bloody year, and their leaders were old and frail. Yet Reagan's America seemed energized, its defense budget swelling, its rhetoric unrelenting. The Soviet citizens, hearing whispers of the evil empire speech on the Western broadcasts, felt both pride and dread. Pride that their nation still inspired such fear, and dread that this confrontation might end in fire. Europe became the most dangerous flashpoint. NATO's decision to deploy the Pershing II missiles sparked massive protests across the continent. In West Germany, hundreds of thousands filled the streets, their chants rising above the hum of the traffic, their banners reading, "No more missiles." The air smelled of wet cardboard signs and candle wax as the peace vigils stretched into the night. For many Europeans, the fear was immediate. If a war came, their lands would be the battlefield. Yet, for Washington, these deployments were essential to convince Moscow that the United States would never hesitate to defend its allies. In Moscow, the aging Soviet leadership responded with fury. The propaganda denounced Reagan as a warmonger. Cartoons depicted him as a cowboy with a smoking gun. Brezhnev then, Andropov then Chernenko, three leaders in quick succession, each visibly frail, each watching helplessly as their nation's burdens grew heavier. The Soviet generals pushed for new missile deployments, for countermeasures to SDI, for a military spending that drained the factories of their consumer goods and left the store shelves bare. The ordinary Soviets lined up for bread, while their government poured its resources into rockets. The contrast was stark. Inside the Pentagon, the war games grew more complex, more dangerous. The simulations imagined Soviet launches and American counterstrikes. In one exercise, Able Archer, in 1983, the NATO forces rehearsed their nuclear release procedures with such realism that the Soviet intelligence mistook it for the beginning of an actual attack. For days, the Soviet nuclear forces went on high alert, the bombers armed, the missile crews at their stations, the sweat beading under their heavy uniforms. The world had come within a hair's breadth of a catastrophe, not from intention, but from a misunderstanding. Yet, Reagan's gamble was not merely about weapons. It was about psychology. He wanted the Soviets to believe they could not win, that their empire was fragile, that their system was doomed. His words were meant not just for his allies, but for the audiences behind the Iron Curtain. The radio broadcasts carried his speeches into the Soviet homes, where the listeners huddled in their kitchens, the smell of boiled cabbage mixing with the static of the foreign voices. They heard an American president declare that communism would end up on the ash heap of history. For some it was propaganda, for others it was hope. Still, Reagan's hard line came at a price. The peace activists feared he was pushing the world closer to a nuclear war. The critics in Congress warned that SDI was an expensive fantasy, a black hole for the taxpayers' dollars. Even his allies, like Margaret Thatcher and Helmut Kohl, though supportive of the American resolve, urged caution, worried that the confrontation might spiral out of control. The 1980s became an era of both dread and defiance, the fear of annihilation matched by the determination to stand firm. And yet beneath the thunder of the rhetoric and the rumble of the missiles, a change was stirring. In Moscow, an unexpected leader would soon rise, younger, bolder, and willing to question the old orthodoxy. Mikhail Gorbachev. His arrival would transform the Cold War yet again, shifting it from confrontation to negotiation, from evil empire speeches to treaties signed under hopeful skies. But in the early years of the 1980s, that future was uncertain. All the world knew was this: the Cold War was burning hotter than ever, and one mistake could still end it all in fire. August 14th, 1980. The gates of the Lenin shipyard in Gdansk stand locked, their rusted iron bars wrapped in banners and homemade signs. Outside, soldiers watch wearily, their rifles slung over their shoulders. Inside, thousands of workers have gone on strike. The air smells of grease and salt from the Baltic Sea, but also of defiance. In the middle of the crowd stands an electrician with a thick mustache, wearing a simple worker's shirt, holding a megaphone. His name is Lech Wałęsa. With calm authority and flashes of humor, he rallies the strikers. They demand not just higher wages or bread in the stores, but something far more dangerous: the right to form an independent trade union. For decades, Poland had been a loyal member of the Soviet bloc, its Communist Party enforced by the watchful eye of Moscow. But the shipyard strike ignited something new. The workers sang hymns, priests brought crosses to hang on the gates, and women smuggled food inside to keep the strikers fed. Posters of Pope John Paul II, himself a Pole, adorned the walls, reminding everyone of his message: do not be afraid. This was not just an economic protest, it was a spiritual and national awakening, and Wałęsa, with his charisma and wit, became the unlikely face of a movement called Solidarity. The communist authorities at first tried intimidation. Loudspeakers blasted propaganda, and police patrols circled the gates, their boots crunching on the gravel, their breath visible in the cool night air. Yet the strikers held firm. The shipyard buzzed with energy, the clang of hammers, the scrape of chalk on the boards listing their demands, the the murmurs of men and women debating late into the night. It was the sound of a society discovering its voice. Soon the strike spread across Poland, paralyzing the economy. Trains sat idle, mines went silent, and factories shut down. By the end of 1980, nearly 10 million Poles had joined Solidarity, making it the largest independent labor union in history, and the first legal opposition to communism inside the Eastern Bloc. Moscow was furious. For the Soviets, Poland was not just another satellite. It was a buffer zone, a key ally, a nation whose rebellion could trigger a collapse across Eastern Europe. The memories of Hungary in 1956 and Czechoslovakia in 1968 haunted the Kremlin. Soviet generals drew up plans for an intervention, their tanks ready to roll across the border. In Warsaw, the communist leaders trembled. They knew Moscow would not tolerate their defiance forever. The Polish government tried negotiation, signing agreements with Solidarity while secretly plotting its destruction. For Warsaw and his fellow activists, the months that followed were tense but euphoric. The union halls filled with cigarette smoke and the chatter of debate. Printing presses clattered out underground newspapers, their ink staining the hands of the workers who were eager to spread the forbidden truths. The ordinary people tasted freedom for the first time, and once tasted, it could not be forgotten. Then came the crackdown. In the early hours of December 13th, 1981, martial law descended on Poland. The televisions flickered on with the grim announcements from General Wojciech Jaruzelski, his dark glasses reflecting the studio lights. "Our homeland is on the edge of an abyss," he declared. Outside, the soldiers rolled their tanks into the streets, their treads grinding over the cobblestones that were dusted with snow. Curfews were imposed, the telephones were cut, and the borders were sealed. Solidarity's leaders were rounded up in midnight raids, their homes invaded by soldiers whose boots tracked mud across the kitchen floors. Across the country, the mood turned suffocating. The streets of Warsaw echoed with the rumble of armored vehicles. The posters of Solidarity were torn down, replaced by state slogans. The smell of fear clung to the apartment stairwells as the neighbors whispered about who had been arrested, who had disappeared. In Gdansk, the shipyards stood silent, their gates guarded by troops with their rifles pointed outward. The message was clear. The experiment of independence was over. But the repression did not kill Solidarity, it drove it underground. The activists smuggled leaflets and loaves of bread, they hid their printing presses in the basements, and they whispered the news through their church gatherings. The priests offered their sanctuaries for meetings, the smell of incense mixing with the tense silence of the whispered plans. The Western broadcasts, like Radio Free Europe, carried the news across the Iron Curtain, letting the Poles know the world was watching. Even in the darkest days of martial law, the movement lived on in spirit. For the Polish people, daily life under martial law was a grind of shortages and fear. The store shelves were empty, the queues stretched for blocks, and the ration cards determined their survival. The mothers waited in the freezing winds for hours to buy a loaf of bread, their children shivering beside them. The soldiers patrolled the intersections, their faces hidden by their scarves, their fingers brushing the triggers. Yet in the kitchens and churches, in whispered prayers and quiet jokes, the resistance endured. Moscow watched carefully. The Soviets had pressed Jaruzelski to act, but they had hesitated to invade directly. The war in Afghanistan was already bleeding their strength, and the memories of the international outrage after the crushing of Czechoslovakia lingered. Instead, they let Poland's generals do the work. Yet every year that Solidarity survived, even in hiding, the Soviet bloc cracked further. In the West, Solidarity became a cause célèbre. The Vatican, led by John Paul II, gave it spiritual encouragement. His visits to Poland drew millions, the chants of "We want God" echoing across the fields and city squares. The United States, under Ronald Reagan, funneled its support, money, communications equipment, and political pressure. Reagan spoke of the Polish struggle as proof that the evil empire could be resisted. The sound of his speeches carried across the Polish radios, smuggled through the static, igniting hope. By the mid-1980s, the government could not erase Solidarity's memory. The strikes erupted again, the protests flared, and the underground newspapers kept printing. Warsaw, though watched constantly, remained a symbol. When he received the Nobel Peace Prize in 1983, his wife Détente accepted it in Oslo on his behalf. Her voice trembling but resolute, the award electrified the Poles, reminding them that the world had not forgotten their fight. The pressure mounted year after year. Poland's economy collapsed under its debt and inefficiency. The smell of coal smoke hung heavy over the industrial towns, but the factories sat idle, their machinery rusting. The farmers struggled to feed the nation, and the shelves remained bare. The discontent spread, not only among the workers, but also within the Communist Party itself. By the late 1980s, even the loyal apparatchiks admitted that something had to give. Then, in 1989, the cracks widened into a break. The negotiations between the government and Solidarity led to the Round Table talks, where the activists, who were once hunted now, sat across from the officials in smoke-filled rooms. Agreements were reached for semi-free elections. When the ballots were cast, the results stunned the world. The Solidarity candidates swept nearly every contested seat. Poland became the first Soviet bloc country to breach the Iron Curtain through the ballot box. But in 1981, as the tanks rolled and Warsaw sat under guard, no one could have imagined such an ending. At that moment, the struggle had felt desperate, the future uncertain, the danger very real. The Polish experiment with freedom had been crushed by force. Yet, in truth, the seeds of the collapse had been planted. The movement had proved that an empire built on fear could be defied, and once that defiance was shown, it could never be truly erased. Because while Poland smoldered under martial law, across the wider Soviet Empire, the discontent was simmering too. From the factories of East Germany to the streets of Prague, the whispers of resistance were echoing, and soon, under a new Soviet leader named Mikhail Gorbachev, those whispers would grow into a storm that even Moscow could not silence. December 24th, 1979. While Soviet tanks are thundering into Afghanistan on the far side of the world, another fire is burning closer to home for the United States. In the dense jungles and dusty villages of Central America, gunfire rattles through the night, machetes glint in the sun, and church bells toll over fields stained with blood. Nicaragua, El Salvador, Guatemala, these small nations, often invisible on the global maps of power, suddenly become battlegrounds where the Cold War is fought with a terrifying intimacy. America calls it defending its backyard. Moscow and Havana call it supporting a revolution. For the people trapped inside, it feels like an endless war. In Nicaragua, the revolution arrives first. For decades, the country was ruled by the Somoza dynasty, a family dictatorship that was backed by Washington for its loyalty. Though despised by its own people for its corruption and brutality, the National Guard, trained and armed by the US, patrolled the streets with their rifles slung casually, their boots echoing off Managua's cracked sidewalks. The wealth flowed into the hands of a few, while the peasants toiled on the plantations, the smell of sugarcane heavy in the air. In 1979, the Sandinista National Liberation Front (FSLN) rose in rebellion. Young men and women, Many wearing berets and carrying worn AK-47s marched through the villages, chanting the slogans of liberation. When they finally stormed the capital, Somoza fled, and jubilant crowds filled the streets. Firecrackers burst, church bells rang, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed Nicaragua had found its freedom. But in the Cold War, freedom was never so simple. The Sandinistas had Marxist leanings and accepted aid from Cuba and the Soviet Union. Almost overnight, they were branded in Washington as a communist threat, a new Cuba emerging just a few hundred miles from the US shores. The CIA went to work, recruiting and arming the remnants of Somoza's National Guard and other anti-Sandinista rebels. They became known as the Contras. Hidden in the jungles, their camps smelled of sweat, diesel, and gun oil. They launched raids across the border, burning villages, ambushing convoys, and leaving trails of fear and destruction. The Reagan administration called them freedom fighters. For the Nicaraguan civilians, they were often indistinguishable from bandits. In El Salvador, the conflict was even bloodier. The inequality there was staggering. A tiny elite controlled the vast estates, while the peasants lived in shacks of corrugated tin and mud. The protests demanding reform were met with violence. In 1979, the leftist guerrillas formed the Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front (FMLN). Their fighters wore mismatched uniforms, their rifles carried on their aching shoulders, their songs of revolution echoing through the hills. They claimed to be fighting for justice. The government responded with death squads. Masked men in jeeps prowled the night, dragging villagers from their homes, their screams muffled in the darkness. The morning light revealed the bodies dumped by the roadsides, the flies already buzzing, the smell of decay filling the air. Caught in the middle were the civilians, the priests, the teachers, and the children. Archbishop Oscar Romero, the voice of conscience, preached for peace from his pulpit. In the name of God, he begged the military, stop the repression. One evening in March 1980, as he was celebrating Mass, a single gunman raised his weapon. A shot rang out. Romero collapsed at the altar, his blood soaking into the cloth. His murder shocked the world, but in El Salvador, it was only one among tens of thousands. For Washington, these wars were not just local struggles, they were Cold War flashpoints. The Reagan administration feared that if left unchecked, Central America would fall to communism like dominoes one by one. Billions of dollars in aid flowed to the right-wing governments and their militaries. American advisors trained the soldiers, their fatigues dusted with red clay, their manuals filled with counterinsurgency tactics. Helicopters thumped overhead, their rotors cutting through the humid air, dropping supplies into the remote bases. Meanwhile, covert funds slipped into the hands of the rebels. The CIA's fingerprints smudged everything, from the propaganda leaflets to the weapon shipments. But the brutality of America's allies was undeniable. Reports surfaced of massacres in the villages, of entire communities being wiped out under the suspicion of aiding the guerrillas. In El Mozote, El Salvador, in December 1981, hundreds of men, women, and children were executed by the government troops. The survivors described the smell of smoke as the homes were torched, the wails of the mothers clutching their infants, the silence after the gunfire had faded. The US government, eager to maintain its narrative, dismissed the reports as exaggerations. Decades later, they would be confirmed as a chilling truth. Meanwhile, Nicaragua became the stage for one of the most controversial episodes of the Cold War. Officially, Congress had cut off the funding for the Contras, alarmed by the reports of their atrocities, but the Reagan administration was unwilling to let them collapse. In secret, the officials sold arms to Iran, then funneled the proceeds to the Contras, in violation of US law. When the Iran-Contra affair came to light, the scandal rocked Washington. The Americans watched the hearings on television, the senators grilling the White House officials, the smell of scandal hanging over the Capitol. Yet, even as the reputations fell, the wars in Central America raged on. For the Soviets and the Cubans, these conflicts were chances to bleed America on its own doorstep. Advisors flew into Managua, their planes unloading crates of rifles, rockets, and uniforms. Cuban doctors treated the wounded, and Cuban teachers taught in the schools, their Spanish tinged with Caribbean accents. The Soviet-made trucks rumbled across the Nicaraguan roads, their engines coughing black smoke. But the aid could not erase the poverty, nor the exhaustion of the endless war. By the late 1980s, both Nicaragua and El Salvador were scarred, their people weary, their economies shattered. In the villages across Central America, the Cold War was not an abstract idea. It was the sound of boots stomping through the doorways at midnight, the smell of cordite and blood after an ambush, the taste of dust as the families fled through the hills with what little they could carry. The children grew up knowing only war, their lullabies replaced by the rattle of machine guns. For the peasants, the question was not one of ideology, but of survival. Who would let them farm in peace? Who would let them keep their children alive? By the end of the decade, exhaustion had forced negotiations. In El Salvador, the peace talks began under international pressure, though the sporadic fighting continued. In Nicaragua, the elections in 1990 saw the Sandinistas defeated at the ballot box, worn down by years of war and an economic crisis. The Contras too faded into history, their cause overtaken by corruption and fatigue. Central America smoldered, scarred by the Cold War's fire, but not consumed entirely. Yet the damage was permanent. Tens of thousands were dead, the economies lay in ruins, and the trust in the government was shattered. And in the United States, the memory of these proxy wars lingered, a reminder of how far Washington would go to prevent communism near its borders. For Moscow, the effort had drained the resources it could ill afford, contributing to the slow unraveling of its global ambitions. The Cold War in Central America was proof that even the smallest of nations could become arenas for superpower rivalry. To Washington and Moscow, these were strategic contests. To the Cubans, the Sandinistas, and the Contras, they were causes worth dying for. To the villagers caught in the crossfire, they were nightmares that would never fully end. And as Central America smoldered, another drama was unfolding across the ocean. In Eastern Europe, the cracks in the Soviet Empire were widening into fractures. Poland had risen, Hungary was whispering of change, and soon entire walls would crumble. The proxy wars in America's backyard were giving way to the final struggle, the collapse of communism itself. June 12, 1982. The streets of New York City are unrecognizable. More than 1 million people flood into Central Park, shoulder to shoulder, their banners stretched across the summer air. Some carry handmade signs, painted in bold letters: "No more nukes," "Freeze the arms race," "Give peace a chance." The sound is deafening, chants echoing between the skyscrapers, drums pounding, guitars strumming, children's laughter mixing with the roar of a crowd demanding survival itself. From the steps of the United Nations, speakers cry out against the insanity of a world poised to destroy itself in minutes. The air smells of hot asphalt, sweat, and the smoke of the food vendors. But what lingers most is the fear that a nuclear war could erupt at any moment. This was the nuclear freeze movement, a wave of protest that swept across the continents in the early 1980s. It was born of terror, nurtured by imagination, and driven by ordinary citizens who refused to accept the logic of mutually assured destruction. For decades, the leaders in Washington and Moscow had insisted that the balance of terror was stable, that nuclear weapons kept the peace. But to the people in the streets, it felt like living on the edge of a cliff, with the generals and politicians gambling with their future. The movement's roots stretched back to the late 1970s, when the tensions had reignited after the collapse of Détente. The deployment of new missiles, the American Pershing Cs and cruise missiles in Europe, the Soviet SS-20 Cs, had made the threat immediate. These weapons could strike within minutes, giving almost no time for a decision or a reaction. Imagine living with a gun pressed to your temple, the trigger finger twitching, and being told it was for your protection. That was how millions of Europeans felt as the nuclear silos and mobile launchers dotted their landscapes. Across West Germany, Britain, Italy, and the Netherlands, protests erupted. Villagers blocked the roads with their tractors, and students staged sit-ins on the military bases. In Bonn, crowds of hundreds of thousands waved their banners under the grey skies, the smell of rain and cigarette smoke hanging over them. In London, Trafalgar Square overflowed with demonstrators, their chants echoing against the stone lions and monuments. The campaign for nuclear disarmament was revived with a new strength, its peace symbol painted on the banners, jackets, and even the children's faces. The mothers brought their strollers to the rallies, insisting their children's future was at stake. In the United States, the Freeze movement gained momentum from grassroots efforts. Town meetings voted overwhelmingly for resolutions calling for a halt to the nuclear arms race. Churches rang their bells in solidarity. The college campuses buzzed with debate, the professors lecturing on fallout and nuclear winter, the students handing out leaflets on the quads that smelled of fresh-cut grass. Popular culture joined in. Musicians like Bruce Springsteen and Jackson Browne sang anthems of peace to the stadiums that were filled with swaying lighters, their lyrics woven with urgency. The Hollywood films depicted a nuclear apocalypse with a gut-wrenching realism. In 1983, ABC aired The Day After, a chilling vision of Kansas being reduced to ash by a nuclear war. More than 100 million Americans watched, many in a stunned silence. The hotlines rang off the hook as the citizens called their representatives, shaken by the images of the mushroom clouds and the burning cities. The Soviet Union too saw protests, though under far harsher conditions. The dissidents whispered of peace, smuggling their typewritten pamphlets into the factories and universities. The families huddled around their foreign radio broadcasts, the crackle of the static carrying the news of the marches in the West. While the Kremlin dismissed the Freeze movement as propaganda, it could not silence the undercurrent of fear that was rippling through its own society. The Soviet citizens, too, knew the stakes. They had lived through the war, through the burned villages and the starving winters. They understood better than most what devastation looked like. For the governments, these protests were both a nuisance and a warning. In Washington, Reagan's administration insisted the build-up was necessary to confront the evil empire. Yet even inside the White House, the advisers debated how much the public opinion could be ignored. The letters poured in by the thousands. The mothers wrote of their sleepless nights, and the children drew pictures of bombs falling on their houses. The polls showed an overwhelming support for freezing the arms race. It was no longer just the activists or the radicals. It was mainstream America demanding a change. The protests were not only moral, but also practical. The scientists explained in chilling detail what a nuclear war would mean. Beyond the immediate firestorms and radiation, there was the prospect of a nuclear winter, soot and ash filling the skies, blocking the sunlight, and collapsing the agriculture worldwide. The taste of ash in the mouth, the dim grey skies, the silence of the fields where the crops once grew, death not just from the bombs, but from the famine. These scenarios spread from the academic journals to the newspapers and television, searing themselves into the public's imagination. Yet, for all their power, the movements faced obstacles. The governments dismissed them as naive, claiming that peace would collapse without strength. The NATO leaders argued that the protests ignored the threat of the Soviet missiles that were already aimed at Europe. In the East, the demonstrations were crushed before they could even begin, the police batons cracking down on those who dared. But the resistance continued, often in creative ways. Women camped for years outside the Greenham Common Air Base in Britain, their tents battered by the wind and rain, their voices steady as they linked their arms to block the gates. Their presence became a symbol of persistence, the smell of the wood smoke from their campfires mingling with the drone of the jets overhead. The nuclear freeze did not halt the deployments overnight. The missiles rolled into their silos, the convoys rumbled through the forests, and the soldiers carried on their grim routines. But the protests shifted the conversation. They made the leaders realize that the nuclear strategy was not an abstract chess game. It was about human lives, millions of them, demanding to be heard. When Mikhail Gorbachev rose to power in the Soviet Union, he saw in these movements both a warning and an opportunity. He understood that arms control was not just about numbers but about trust, and he listened in ways his predecessors had not. By the mid-1980s, the pressure of public opinion, combined with the political change, opened the door to negotiations. In 1987, Reagan and Gorbachev signed the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces (INF) Treaty, eliminating entire classes of missiles from Europe. The ink on the page smelled fresh, but behind it stood years of chanting voices, of mothers pushing their strollers, of students waving their banners. The treaty was not born in the halls of power alone. It was forged in the streets, in the noise of the protest, in the courage of ordinary people. Yet the danger was never far. Even as the freeze movement celebrated its victories, the stockpiles of nuclear weapons still numbered in the tens of thousands. The submarines prowled the seas, the bombers circled the skies, and the silos lay waiting across the continents. The shadow remained vast and menacing. The freeze movement had cracked the logic of the arms race, but it had not erased the weapons themselves. The voices of protest had shown that the people could push back against the superpowers, that survival was not just in the hands of the generals and politicians. They had revealed the cracks in the edifice of fear, cracks that would widen as the Cold War stumbled toward its end. But as the world edged closer to a dialogue, another drama was unfolding. The Soviet Empire itself, weakened by its wars abroad and the unrest at home, was beginning to shake from within. The next great chapter would not be written in missiles or treaties, but in the streets filled once again with citizens demanding a change. This time not just against a nuclear war, but against communism itself. November 19th, 1985, Geneva, Switzerland. The icy wind blows off Lake Geneva, swirling around the grand villa chosen for the meeting. Security men scan the grounds, their earpieces crackling, while journalists jostle behind the barriers, their breath visible in the cold air. Suddenly, two motorcades arrive, almost simultaneously. From one car steps Ronald Reagan, the American president who just 2 years earlier had called the Soviet Union an evil empire. From the other, Mikhail Gorbachev, the young, energetic leader who has promised reform at home and seeks a dialogue abroad. They approach each other slowly, their coats pulled tight against the chill, their faces tense. For a moment history holds its breath. Then they shake hands, the cameras flashing, and the Cold War takes its first tentative step away from the abyss. The world had been on edge for years. Reagan's massive arms build-up, his fiery rhetoric, and the launch of the Strategic Defense Initiative had convinced the Soviet leaders that Washington might actually be contemplating a nuclear first strike. In Moscow, the paranoia ran deep. The generals studied the NATO exercises, convinced they might be a cover for a real attack. Meanwhile, the Soviet war in Afghanistan was dragging on, bleeding their morale and resources, while the unrest was spreading across Eastern Europe. Gorbachev had inherited an empire that was fraying at the edges, its economy stagnant, its people restless. He knew the Soviet Union could not survive another decade of confrontation. Reagan, though committed to his military strength, also feared a war that no one could win. Their meeting in Geneva was born not of trust, but of necessity. Inside the villa, the two men sat before a roaring fire, its smoke faintly perfuming the room. The translators leaned forward, their pens poised, every phrase carefully weighed. At first the conversation was stiff, cautious, but as the hours passed, the atmosphere thawed. Reagan, the actor-turned-politician, leaned into his natural charm. Gorbachev, sharp and quick, matched him with his wit and candor. They sparred over SDI, over the missiles, over ideology. Yet, somewhere between the arguments, they found a common ground. The recognition that a nuclear war could never be won and must never be fought. When the summit ended, no treaties were signed, no arsenals were reduced. But the image of the two leaders talking, not threatening, shifted the narrative. The Cold War had not ended, but its ice had begun to crack. A year later, the stage moved to Reykjavik, Iceland, October 1986. The small city, buffeted by winds from the Atlantic, felt like an improbable location for a historical turning point. The summit started almost as a trial, an opportunity to probe new concepts. However, it quickly escalated into one of the most intense standoffs of the entire Cold War. Inside a stark white building by the coast, Reagan and Gorbachev engaged in heated debate, their voices escalating and their hands making sharp gestures. The scent of dark coffee hung in the room as aides rushed back and forth with messages. Then, the incredible proposal was made. Gorbachev offered to eliminate all nuclear armaments within 10 years. Every single one. Gone. Reagan, taken aback, leaned in, captivated. The chance to end the nuclear threat seemed to shimmer before them. But it came with a condition. Gorbachev insisted on restrictions to Reagan's beloved SDI, the space-based missile shield. Reagan declined. For him, SDI was non-negotiable. For Gorbachev, accepting it would dangerously shift the balance of power to the United States. The discussions continued late into the evening, with the two leaders pacing, their faces showing deep fatigue. And then, as suddenly as the vision had emerged, it vanished. Reykjavik concluded as a failure. Journalists observed as Reagan came out, his jaw set and his eyes distant. He later informed his staff that it had been the most difficult moment of his presidency. Yet the failure wasn't absolute. Although no deal was struck, both leaders had shown something crucial: their capacity to envision a world free of nuclear arms. Reykjavik revealed the boundaries of confrontation, but also the potential of dialogue. The world witnessed not just stubbornness, but also vulnerability, and it prepared the ground for something more permanent. In December 1987, that something materialized. Washington, D.C. readied itself for a summit unlike any other. The streets around the White House were electric with excitement, flags whipping in the chilly wind. Police sirens wailed as motorcades sped by. In the East Room, chandeliers shone down on a table, holding two documents. Reagan and Gorbachev took their seats, pens ready, and signed the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, or INF Treaty. For the first time ever, An entire category of nuclear weapons would be eradicated. Missiles were not just limited, but destroyed. Hundreds of warheads were taken apart, their metal casings sliced open, their deadly payloads neutralized. Verification protocols were established, allowing inspectors to enter bases that had once been cloaked in secrecy. The applause in that room was for more than just signatures. It was for a fracture in the wall of fear that had stood for 4 decades. The symbolism was profound. Reagan, who had once described an evil empire, now shared a toast with its leader, celebrating peace. Gorbachev, who had started his tenure amid suspicion and animosity, was greeted with cheers on Washington's streets, where ordinary Americans waved and smiled. The air carried the scent of roasted chestnuts from street carts, and the sounds of children's laughter mixed with the chants of demonstrators who had long advocated for this very outcome. For a short while, the impossible felt attainable. The momentum continued into 1988 with Reagan's visit to Moscow. The city, long depicted in the American psyche as a center of darkness, welcomed the American president. Crowds lined the avenues, their breath visible in the spring air, their cheers blending with the sound of distant church bells. Reagan, the former staunch Cold Warrior, strolled through Red Square with Gorbachev, the Kremlin's spires rising behind them. When a reporter asked if he still saw the Soviet Union as an evil empire, Reagan smiled gently and replied, "No, that was another time, another era." The words seemed to hang in the air like a blessing. Inside the Kremlin, the discussions were less dramatic, but just as important. They covered Afghanistan, where Soviet forces were getting ready to pull out. They addressed human rights, the role of dissent, and the opening of society under Glasnost. For American officials, the smell of polished wood and the sight of Soviet chandeliers gleaming over the negotiation table signified how far the world had progressed from the era of distrust and fear. For Soviet citizens watching on television, it was a surreal sight, the American president on their streets, not as a foe, but as a visitor. These summits did not end the Cold War by themselves. Not all missiles were dismantled, ideologies weren't reconciled, and tensions didn't disappear overnight. But they altered the atmosphere. For the first time in a generation, the leaders of the two superpowers met face to face and saw not caricatures but people. Their discussions were intense, their disagreements significant, yet they communicated, and communication was vital. It opened a space for trust, however tentative, to take root. But as Reagan departed from Moscow and his presidency drew to a close, new uncertainties appeared. Gorbachev's reforms had unleashed forces he could no longer manage. In Eastern Europe, whispers of dissent grew into roars. In Poland, Hungary, and East Germany, the people were rising, and soon the world would witness the fall of walls, the collapse of empires, and the final chapter of the Cold War. March 11th, 1985. A somber Moscow sky looms over the Kremlin as dark limousines move quietly over the cobblestones. Within the fortress, the Politburo gathers yet again to select a new leader. 3 Soviet rulers have passed away in under 3 years: Brezhnev, Andropov, Chernenko. Each was buried with grand ceremony, each leaving a system collapsing under its own inertia. The Soviet Union is in a state of decay, worn out, its economy fragile, its people disillusioned. Now a younger man steps forward. Mikhail Gorbachev, only 54, is energetic, well-spoken, and a stark contrast to the old apparatchiks before him. His forehead is marked by his famous birthmark, his smile is wide, his demeanor self-assured. He pledges change, not in hushed tones but with bold pronouncements. For a nation descending into ruin, it feels like a rescue. But change in the Soviet Union was never straightforward. The empire spanned from the Baltic to the Pacific, a massive system of factories, government agencies, and military might. Its machinery was failing. Store shelves were empty, lines for bread and meat wound around city blocks. The smell of cabbage and diesel fuel hung over frustrated citizens. Workers earned rubles that had little purchasing power. Farmers saw their crops spoil due to a broken distribution network. Technology was decades behind the West, while the war in Afghanistan was a constant drain of both lives and money. Gorbachev understood that survival depended on reform. He introduced two concepts that would soon resonate globally: Perestroika and Glasnost. Perestroika meant restructuring. The economy, long governed by inflexible 5-year plans, would be relaxed. Factories were given the authority to make their own decisions instead of just following orders from ministries. Farmers were granted small cooperatives and allowed to sell some of their goods on private markets. For the first time in a generation, Soviet citizens got a taste of entrepreneurship, however limited and hesitant. The atmosphere in Moscow's markets began to shift, filled with the aroma of new stalls offering homemade bread or fresh apples. Yet, with this new freedom came disarray. Managers accustomed to taking orders were now faced with choices they were ill-equipped to make. Production declined. Shortages became more severe. Inflation, once suppressed, started to surface. The very measures intended to save the system revealed its deep fragility. Glasnost meant openness. While Perestroika targeted the economy, Glasnost was aimed at society. Gorbachev relaxed censorship, permitting newspapers to cover topics that were once taboo. For the first time, citizens could read about Stalin's purges, suppressed famines, and high-level corruption. The sound of typewriters in newsrooms was filled with a new sense of purpose, while newsstands sold out of papers in hours. Television featured debates among intellectuals, their voices sharp, their discussions candid. People engaged in late-night arguments in their kitchens, the air thick with the smell of tea and cigarettes as they discussed things once forbidden. Glasnost gave people breathing room, but it also gave them a platform, and voices once empowered could not be easily suppressed. The consequences were immediate. Writers and filmmakers released works that had been long censored. Alexander Solzhenitsyn's accounts of the Gulag, previously banned, were now widely available. Families began to speak the names of relatives who had been executed or imprisoned under Stalin, no longer living in fear of a late-night knock on the door. Memorials started to appear in cities, with flowers laid for the forgotten victims. For a society founded on silence and fear, the change was profound. Yet, with memory came resentment, and with resentment came new demands. Glasnost intended to fortify socialism by making it more transparent, instead ignited doubts about its core principles. Protests erupted in the streets. In the Baltic republics, long ago annexed by the Soviet Union, citizens began to march under their own national flags. The scent of pine smoke filled the air at candlelit vigils in Vilnius, Riga, and Tallinn, as choirs sang patriotic songs that were once illegal. In Armenia, demonstrators called for independence. In Georgia, crowds rallied with banners demanding sovereignty. Gorbachev had not meant to dismantle the empire. He wanted to renew it, not bring it to an end. But Glasnost had unleashed a torrent. Within the Communist Party, opposition was brewing. Hardliners scoffed at the talk of reform. To them, Perestroika was disorder, and Glasnost was a sign of weakness. They recalled the tanks in Budapest in 1956 and in Prague in 1968, and they questioned why Gorbachev didn't just suppress the dissent. They conspired in dimly lit hallways, the air heavy with tobacco smoke, as they plotted to bring back the old ways. But Gorbachev continued. convinced that the only path to saving socialism was to modernize it. He was taking an enormous risk to loosen control, just enough to revitalize the system, but not so much that it would disintegrate. The economy, however, did not improve. Perestroika's partial reforms resulted in neither a functional market nor a stable command economy. Factories kept missing their targets, shops stayed empty, and the lines for butter, meat, and sugar only grew longer. The frustration of ordinary Soviets increased. They saw reforms in the news, but on their dinner tables very little had changed. Some cursed Gorbachev, others praised him, but everyone felt the strain of a society in flux, its very foundations trembling. In his foreign policy, Gorbachev was even more audacious. He eased tensions with the West, signed arms control agreements, and spoke of a common European home. He was celebrated abroad, seen as the man who could end the Cold War. Crowds cheered for him in Western cities. His name was lauded in newspapers, and his speeches were met with enthusiastic applause. At home, the reception was more subdued, often lost in the noise of rumbling stomachs and growing dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, the reforms moved forward. Independent political groups were permitted. Elections introduced a degree of competition. For the first time in Soviet history, citizens had a choice of candidates. Campaign posters appeared on lampposts, their ink fresh and their slogans bold. Televised debates were filled with passion, as candidates criticized the system's failures, while audiences clapped and jeered. The parliament, once a mere formality, became a venue for real debate. The Soviet Union was for the first time experiencing politics. But with politics came new divisions. Nationalists wanted more than just reform, they demanded independence. Workers called for not just better pay, but complete freedom. Intellectuals sought not just Glasnost, but true democracy. Gorbachev had set in motion forces he could no longer manage. His reforms were a desperate effort to preserve the system, but they were pulling at the very fabric of the empire. And as he grappled with the storm at home, new challenges arose abroad. Eastern Europe was watching closely. In Poland, the Solidarity movement was re-energized, encouraged by Glasnost. In Hungary, calls for reform grew louder. In East Germany, the wall remained, but cracks were appearing. The Soviet Union's influence was waning, not due to external pressure, but from voices within. For Gorbachev, the situation became more critical. To reform further meant risking collapse. To stop reforming meant risking revolution. His once confident expression grew more careworn, his speeches more tense. In Moscow's Red Square, as crowds gathered to demand more change, the scent of flowers at memorials mingled with the chants of protesters. The old empire was shaking, and its leaders were caught between the past and the future. Gorbachev's gamble had started as a promise of renewal, but now, as the 1980s drew to a close, Glasnost and Perestroika no longer seemed like a solution. They felt like sparks in a tinderbox. The fire was spreading faster than anyone could have predicted, and soon it would engulf not just policies, but the Soviet Union itself. And outside the Kremlin's walls, another tempest was brewing. In Eastern Europe, long-standing regimes held on to power desperately, even as their citizens rose up against them. The next part of the story would not be written in Moscow alone. It would be written in Leipzig, in Budapest, in Prague, and in the shadow of a wall in Berlin. It starts in the streets. On cold autumn nights in 1989, when the air is filled with the smell of damp cobblestones and candle wax, and voices rise in chants that bounce off the grey apartment buildings designed to outlast empires. In Leipzig, East Germany, thousands of people gather outside St. Nicholas Church, their hands cupping flickering candles, their breath turning to mist in the cold. The police are on standby, their shields polished, their batons ready. For weeks the government had warned that these protests would be suppressed. Yet the crowd only gets bigger, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. They march in silence at first, then with increasing volume, the chant growing until even the soldiers facing them start to look nervous. This is the sound of an empire coming apart, not through bombs or invasions, but through people who refuse to be silenced any longer. By the fall of 1989, communism in Eastern Europe was toppling like a line of dominoes. One by one, governments that had appeared unshakable for decades collapsed under the immense pressure of public protest. For 40 years, Moscow's influence had cast a long shadow over the region, maintained by fear, tanks, and ideology. But now, Gorbachev's reforms and his decision not to send in the Red Army had created a new situation. The Iron Curtain no longer had any real force behind it, and the people were aware of it. In Poland, the first spark had already been ignited. Earlier in the year, Solidarity, long suppressed and forced underground, had re-emerged through the Round Table talks. The smell of ink permeated the rooms where government officials and union leaders debated over documents, smoke spiraling up from endless cigarettes. From those discussions came an extraordinary agreement: semi-free elections. In June, the Polish people went to the polls, their fingers stained with ink, their hearts racing. The outcome was a shock, even to the most optimistic dissidents. Solidarity won almost every seat it was allowed to contest. Crowds celebrated with joy, church bells rang, and flags waved in the summer breeze. The Communist Party still officially held power, but its authority was shattered. Poland had become the first Eastern Bloc nation to break through the curtain, and others would soon follow. In Hungary, reformers were making bold moves. That spring, the border fences with Austria were quietly taken down. Wire cutters severed the steel, and the fences were rolled up like old carpets. By summer, the border was completely open. East Germans, desperate for a way out, flooded across into Austria, leaving their cars behind, their luggage trailing behind them. Families reunited in Vienna, tears streaming down their faces, the air filled with laughter and disbelief. It was the first breach in the Iron Curtain, and once it was opened, it could not be closed again. Czechoslovakia was next. On November 17th, in Prague, a student protest grew into something larger, an unstoppable movement. The police tried to intervene, their batons striking the pavement, the smell of tear gas filling the air. But the people continued to come. Night after night, Wenceslas Square was packed with protesters who jingled their keys in the air, creating a sound like 1,000 tiny bells, heralding the end of the old regime. On balconies, opposition figures spoke, their voices echoing over the crowd. They called it the Velvet Revolution because it was accomplished without a single shot being fired. Within a matter of weeks, the communist government stepped down, and Václav Havel, a playwright and dissident who had been imprisoned for his writings, became president. The sheer absurdity of it was matched only by its elegance. A government had been toppled not by violence, but by the ringing of keys. East Germany, however, was the epicenter of the storm. For decades, the Berlin Wall had stood as the ultimate symbol of division, a scar of concrete and barbed wire that cut through families and neighborhoods. But by the autumn of 1989, the wall was failing not from physical attacks, but from the weight of its own internal contradictions. East Germans, encouraged by Hungary's open borders, were leaving in massive numbers. Those who remained took to the streets, chanting, "Wir sind das Volk, we are the people." In October, Erich Honecker, the hardline leader, was forced to step down. His successor, Egon Krenz, tried to manage the situation, but it was too late. November 9th, 1989. A press conference in East Berlin descends into chaos when a government official, confused about new travel policies, suggests that citizens can now cross into the West immediately. Within hours, massive crowds converge on the checkpoints. The border guards, confused and outnumbered, step back. The first East Germans walk into West Berlin, their eyes wide with disbelief, their hands shaking, more follow. Soon thousands are climbing on top of the wall, dancing and attacking it with chisels and hammers. The air is filled with the sound of cracking concrete, of cheers echoing through the night, and of champagne corks popping. Families that had been separated for decades embrace, tears running down their faces, illuminated by the floodlights. The Berlin Wall, once the most infamous barrier on earth, falls not with a crash, but with celebration. Elsewhere, the revolutions had a darker side. In Bulgaria, the streets were filled with chants against the longtime dictator, Todor Zhivkov. The smell of roasted chestnuts and wood smoke from winter markets mixed with the calls for freedom. In a matter of days, the once powerful leader was gone, removed from office by his own party. The system collapsed almost silently, its power eroded by its own exhaustion. But in Romania, the price of freedom was blood. Nicolae Ceausescu had ruled with a paranoid and brutal hand, his cult of personality reaching grotesque levels. In December, protests began in Timișoara, triggered by the attempted eviction of a dissident pastor. The army opened fire. The smell of cordite and death hung in the streets as bodies were carried away under covers. But the crackdown backfired. Within days, the protests had spread to Bucharest. Ceausescu tried to address the masses in a televised speech, but as he spoke, his voice faltered. The crowd started to boo. Chants rose up. For the first time, his facade of absolute control was broken. Days later, he and his wife were captured, tried in a makeshift court, and executed by a firing squad. Their blood stained the snow on Christmas Day. Romania's revolution was brief, violent, and decisive. By the end of 1989, the political map of Europe had been redrawn forever. Communist governments that had once seemed permanent collapsed in a matter of weeks. Poland, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, East Germany, Bulgaria, Romania. The dominoes fell one after another at a breathtaking pace. The Iron Curtain was gone. For ordinary people, it was like waking up from a long, oppressive dream. Families were reunited, borders were opened, and the scent of freedom was everywhere, in the incense of church services that were once forbidden, in the ink of newspapers that were finally uncensored, and in the damp stone of prisons where political detainees were set free. For Moscow, the shock was profound. For decades, the Soviet Union had maintained loyalty through the threat of tanks and troops. But under Gorbachev, the Red Army remained in its barracks. The Brezhnev Doctrine, the promise to intervene wherever socialism was in danger, was no more. In its place was the Sinatra Doctrine, as humorously described by Soviet officials. Eastern Europe would now do it their way, and they did. The revolutions of 1989 were not all the same. Some were peaceful, others were violent. Some were celebrated with champagne, others were marked by funerals, but together they signaled the end of an era. The empire that had been forged in the aftermath of World War II was dissolving before the world's eyes. The Cold War, which had shaped life for generations, was moving into its final phase. But as the Christmas of 1989 concluded with Ceausescu's execution, the following year would bring an even greater upheaval. For the revolutions in Eastern Europe were just the prelude. Soon the storm would reach the very heart of the Soviet Union itself, and there in Moscow, the empire that had once seemed so unshakable would finally come to an end. November 9th, 1989. The night is cold and wet in East Berlin. Floodlights cast an eerie glow on the Berlin Wall, creating long shadows across the barbed wire. For almost 30 years, this concrete wound has divided a city, separating families, friends, and an entire nation. Armed guards stand watch in their towers, their rifles slung over their shoulders, their boots planted firmly on the ground. And yet, tonight, the atmosphere feels different. Crowds are gathering near the checkpoints, their voices filled with a restless energy, their faces illuminated by a mix of anticipation and disbelief. No one is certain what is about to happen, but something is giving way, not just in the stone and concrete, but in the course of history itself. The day had started in a state of confusion. In the late afternoon, a press conference was given by a weary East German official, Günther Schabowski. As he fumbled with his notes, he announced that new travel rules would permit East Berliners to cross into the West. When a reporter asked when these regulations would be implemented, he looked down at his papers, unsure, and then spoke the words that would change everything. As far as I know, effective immediately. The announcement was broadcast live on television. Within hours, the streets of East Berlin were filled with people. Parents carried their children on their shoulders. Students left their classrooms, and workers walked out of factories. They all moved toward the wall, toward the checkpoints, toward the forbidden line that had shaped their entire lives. At the Bornholmer Strasse crossing, a massive crowd pushed against the barriers. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, cigarette smoke, and damp clothing. People were shouting, chanting, and pleading. The guards, confused and outnumbered, held their rifles but did not act. Their orders were ambiguous. Should they shoot? Should they block the way? Or should they let them pass? For decades they had been trained to stop anyone trying to escape at all costs. But tonight the crowd was too large, too determined, too fearless. Finally, just before midnight, the guards gave in. The barriers were raised, and in a massive surge, East Berliners poured through, their eyes wide, their hands shaking, their laughter bursting into the cold night air. On the other side, West Berliners were waiting. They hugged strangers like they were long-lost relatives, tears streaming down faces flushed from the cold. Champagne bottles were opened, their corks flying across the cobblestones. The smell of beer and fireworks filled the night as the city erupted in celebration. People climbed onto the wall itself, waving flags, singing songs, and attacking the concrete with any tools they could find. Sparks flew as chisels hit stone, the sound of freedom growing louder with every strike. For the first time in 28 years, Berlin was a single city again, and the wall, the ultimate symbol of division, was being torn down by its own people. For those who had lived in its shadow, the wall was more than just concrete. It represented fear, loss, and memory. Families separated by a few meters of stone had lived apart for decades, communicating only through photographs or smuggled letters. Soldiers had patrolled its entire length, their fingers on the triggers, their orders clear: shoot anyone who tried to cross. Over 140 people had died in their attempts to escape, their bodies falling into the death strip, the empty space between the walls, patrolled by dogs and illuminated by floodlights. The wall was not just a physical barrier, it was a barrier of blood. And now, in a single night, it was being erased not by armies or treaties, but by ordinary citizens. Television crews captured the scenes, broadcasting them all over the world. In living rooms from New York to Moscow, families watched in amazement as Berliners danced on top of the wall, their laughter rising into the night sky. In Washington, President George H.W. Bush reacted cautiously, careful not to seem too triumphant too soon, aware of the still unfolding and delicate situation. In Moscow, Gorbachev, tired but firm in his decision, allowed the events to play out. Unlike in Hungary in 1956 or Prague in 1968, no tanks were sent to suppress the uprising. The Red Army remained silent, and that silence was a powerful statement. The fall of the Berlin Wall was not an isolated event. It was the result of months of protests and years of growing pressure. In Leipzig, candle-lit marches had grown steadily larger, with tens of thousands chanting, "Wir sind das Volk," "We are the people." In Hungary, the border with Austria had been opened, allowing East Germans to escape to the west in large numbers. In Poland, solidarity had won elections. In Czechoslovakia, students had filled Wenceslas Square. The dominoes of 1989 were already in motion. But Berlin was different. Berlin was the symbol, and when the wall fell, it felt as though the entire Cold War was cracking along with it. For the guards who were on duty that night, the decision was a difficult one. Many later confessed that they were terrified. They had loaded rifles, but they also saw the faces in the crowd. Mothers with their children, elderly men with canes, teenagers with homemade signs. To open fire on such a crowd would have been a massacre. And so they chose humanity over orders, hesitation over violence. That hesitation changed the course of history. By morning, Berlin had been transformed. The wall, once an impassable barrier, was now covered in graffiti, flags, and people climbing on it. The smell of spray paint hung in the morning air. Dust rose as chunks of concrete were chipped away, with small pieces being taken as souvenirs, tokens of freedom by people who had spent their entire lives in a divided world. Soon bulldozers joined the effort, tearing down sections of the wall as the crowds cheered. What had taken years to construct was being dismantled in a matter of hours. The psychological impact was enormous. For decades, the Berlin Wall had represented the Cold War, the dividing line between East and West, between communism and capitalism, between dictatorship and democracy. Its fall was not just the collapse of a physical structure, it was the collapse of an entire worldview. Suddenly, the impossible seemed to be happening. If the wall could come down, so could the governments that had built it, and they did. Within weeks, the East German government resigned. Within months, free elections were held. By the following year, Germany was reunified. Across Eastern Europe, communist regimes fell one after another, their authority completely shattered. The Cold War, which had started with Iron Curtains and Berlin blockades, was ending with cheers, hugs, and fireworks. But beneath the joy, there was still uncertainty. What would happen to the Soviet Union itself? Could Gorbachev survive the political storm he had unleashed? Would Moscow try to hold on to its power, or would the empire itself begin to break apart? For the Berliners celebrating in the streets, the future seemed wide open, both dazzling and uncertain at the same time. They could feel freedom on their tongues, taste champagne and dust, and hear the sounds of hammers and laughter blending together. But they also knew that this was just the beginning, because if the fall of the Berlin Wall marked the end of the Cold War, the final chapter would be written not in Berlin, but in Moscow, in the very heart of the Soviet Union, where the empire itself was teetering on the brink of collapse. August 19th, 1991. Before sunrise, the streets of Moscow shake with the low rumbling of tanks. Their treads squeal against the pavement, leaving dark marks on the roads leading directly to the Kremlin. The air is heavy with the smell of diesel. Loudspeakers announce an emergency. President Mikhail Gorbachev is unwell. A state committee for the emergency situation has seized power. In reality, Gorbachev has been confined to his dacha in Crimea, his communications cut, a captive of his own military leaders. Hardliners, desperate to prevent the Soviet Union from disintegrating, have launched a coup. For a brief moment, it appears as though time is reversing, that tanks and bayonets will bring back the iron fist of the past. But within hours, resistance begins to form, and the fate of an empire is at stake. Crowds start to gather in Moscow, their breath visible in the cool morning air. The city smells of exhaust, sweat, and fear. Rumors spread rapidly that Gorbachev has been deposed, that the army will open fire, that the old Stalinist ways will return. Yet as armored vehicles move into Red Square, something unexpected occurs. Citizens climb on top of them, waving flags and shouting at the confused conscripts. The soldiers, many of them young and uncertain, hesitate. They feel the weight of their rifles, but they see unarmed men and women looking back at them. To shoot would be to commit murder. To hold back is to defy orders. In that moment of hesitation lies the future. Then one man rises as the voice of the resistance. Boris Yeltsin, the newly elected president of the Russian Federation, emerges from the White House, the Parliament building. As tanks surround it, he climbs onto one, his white shirt standing out against the dark metal, and he raises his fist. His voice roars through a megaphone, calling on the soldiers not to turn against the people, urging citizens to resist the coup. Cameras capture the scene, broadcasting it all over the world. The image of Yeltsin standing defiantly on a tank becomes an iconic symbol of resistance that no amount of propaganda can erase. For 3 days, a tense standoff grips the Soviet capital. Barricades are built from paving stones and buses dragged across the streets. The smell of burning tires mixes with the summer rain. Priests bless the crowds, holding their crosses high. Protesters link arms, forming a human chain around the White House, their chants echoing off the concrete. Inside, Yeltsin and his supporters prepare for a final defense. Outside, the army waits, their orders unclear, their loyalties torn. Shots are fired on the third night. Blood stains the pavement as 3 protesters are killed near a tunnel. Their deaths energize the movement. Fear turns to anger. By the 4th day, the coup falls apart. Gorbachev returns to Moscow, shaken but alive. The generals are arrested, their plans in tatters. But although the coup has failed, its consequences are devastating for the Soviet Union. Gorbachev's authority is gone. He addresses the people, his words careful, his face pale, but it is Yeltsin who receives the cheers. The power has shifted. The Russian tricolor flag, once forbidden, now flies defiantly over the parliament. One republic after another, emboldened by the failure of the coup, declares its independence. Ukraine, Belarus, the Baltic states. The empire that had once spanned 11 time zones begins to break apart in a matter of weeks, its pieces like ice floes drifting down a river in spring. For decades, the Soviet flag had been a symbol of unity, the hammer and sickle on a red background, flying over factories, schools, and military bases from Berlin to Vladivostok. Now that symbol is becoming a relic. In city squares, Soviet emblems are being torn down. In capitals from Tallinn to Tbilisi, crowds sing national anthems that had long been suppressed, their voices filling the air with defiance and joy. The taste of freedom is exhilarating, but also unsettling. For many, it feels less like a victory and more like a step into the unknown. In Moscow, the dissolution continues. Yeltsin signs orders transferring power from Soviet agencies to Russian ones. He outlaws the Communist Party on Russian territory. He takes control of the KGB, the army, and the central bank. Gorbachev, once praised as the architect of reform, is left powerless. the president of a country that is disappearing from under him. His speeches have less impact. His promises sound empty. Television broadcasts show him at his desk, his posture slumped, his voice weary. The man who tried to save the Soviet Union by reforming it is being replaced by the man who wants to bury it and create something new. By December, the final act arrives. In a secluded retreat in Belarus, Yeltsin meets with the leaders of Ukraine and Belarus. Seated around a wooden table, with the scent of pine smoke from the fireplace in the air, they sign the Belovezh Accords. The Soviet Union, they announce, has ceased to exist. In its place, a loose commonwealth of independent states will be formed. Gorbachev is not even there. History has passed him by. On December 25, 1991, Gorbachev addresses the nation for the last time. The Kremlin office is dimly lit. The desk is bare, and the Soviet flag still hangs behind him. His voice is steady, but tinged with sadness. He resigns as the president of a country that no longer exists. Hours later, soldiers climb the Kremlin's towers, their boots echoing on the stone. They lower the red banner of the Soviet Union, its hammer and sickle catching a final gleam of light in the Moscow night. In its place, they raise the white, blue, and red tricolor of Russia. The Soviet Union, the superpower that had once challenged the world, is no more. The streets of Moscow that night are quiet. There are no major celebrations, no loud cheers, just the sound of footsteps on icy pavement, the smell of smoke from chimneys, and the hum of distant traffic. Ordinary Russians go home unsure of what the future holds. For 70 years they had lived under the Soviet flag. Now in a single evening it was gone. Around the world, leaders watch in amazement. In Washington, President George H.W. Bush declares that America has won the Cold War. In Europe, crowds celebrate the end of an empire. In the former Soviet republics, independence is greeted with fireworks and parades. Yet in Moscow, many people feel only confusion. Prices are skyrocketing. Shelves are still empty. Wages are not being paid. Soldiers are returning from distant bases, uncertain of their role in a new world. The end of the empire is not just a geopolitical event. It is a personal one. It is the collapse of certainty itself. For decades, the Cold War had been defined by its bipolar structure: two superpowers, two systems, two visions for the future, locked in a global struggle. On that December night, as the Soviet flag came down from the Kremlin, that structure dissolved. The Cold War was over. The world was on the cusp of a new era, one filled with both promise and danger. For if one empire could fall in a matter of months, what else might come apart in the years ahead? And so the story of the Cold War concludes, not with the roar of missiles or the clash of armies, but with silence. A flag lowered in the winter night, a nation that has become a memory.